Good morning, good morning, good morning. Well, let's get right to it. Yesterday, with some modifications, we fixed up this shot. And so, Monkey got his prize. So, I'm just going to draw the keyframe here. This is shot number 422. Might as well save it. And let's see, typically 422, yeah. Let's save that as a ping. And then actually, let's just put a dummy layer on there. That will trick Krita into saving it also as a, actually let me see that again. Did I catch that? Save. Yeah, also saving it as a Krita file. So, back to work. Flip, 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 flip your canvas. Okay, so trying to definitely learn the lessons from yesterday. And to be fair, I was kind of doing the math and saying, well, when I did this shot yesterday using Tahoma and Blender, it took 5.5 hours. Then when I redid it, mostly in Krita, but pre-rendering the background from Blender, only took an hour and a half. But that's not really true, because if you factor out drawing Mel, well, actually, if you factor out painting the background, take out an hour there, take out another hour for all the blabbing I did while I was drawing L from Death Note, take out another half an hour for the 2 poses of Mel, your aggregate result is probably closer to the following. When I did it with Tahoma and Blender, it probably took about 3.5 hours, and when I did it the Krita way, it probably took 3. Actually, once you actually figure everything out. The difference is it was way more fun doing it the second way. Yeah, good morning, Darren. Way more fun and a better result, in my opinion. So, for me, the thing that really struck me last night, I was kind of really thinking again about how to get around the problem of not being able to animate stuff in Krita as far as like translations and whatnot. Because the Python API for Krita is kind of frustrating. Now, I think it could be done. What you'd have to do is you would have to access the, in the Krita instance in Python, you would have to actually access the, I can't remember what the object name is, but I think it'd be the pixel grid. So essentially, because of the nature of what a translation operation is, essentially what you're doing is you're going a little bit deep on the pixel data to say, I don't want to just do an operation on my layer. What I want to do is grab a hold of a grid of pixels from the layer, do something to them, and then blit them back to the screen. That's kind of what's really going on under the hood, and which is exactly the way it works with the HTML canvas. If you were going to implement the same thing in JavaScript, it would actually be relatively easy to do. But yeah, you're right. Monkey is on tap today. So I guess, as always, working from the known to the unknown. Well, the known is the bag. This is the known. So let's get the bag in there, and then we'll deal with how Monkey's going to be holding it, and then we'll deal with how it's going to be animated. But this idea of, I guess the way it works psychologically is basically the way I animated Monkey's head yesterday was pretty much the sweet spot in terms of process. Because what I did was, the reality is most animation doesn't look that great with tons and tons of squash and stretch. So once you have, so this idea of thinking about, get this drawn, and that that's right, you know you're going to be able to connect it up with a body or whatever, right? And then leave things separated and get them animated properly individually, typically on individual layers too. Um, it's not a bad way to work. The results seem to be pretty consistently good. I just, I kind of go through my journals and see what I was experiencing when I tried different things in different ways. And it's true that by far, good morning, Maria. By far, when I look back at the show and look at the shots that have had to be redone, I think it's fair to say that the vast majority of the shots that definitely scream to be reworked or redone are not the ones that came pretty much out of Krita. They're usually the ones that came out of Blender and to a lesser degree OpenToonz. So it's not like a rule, because I think if you apply the right principles, you can make pretty much anything work, as long as you're really, really vigilant about not compromising on the quality of what you're doing. Like right now is a good example of that. Right now I have a little tweak in my brain that says this isn't quite right, and partly it may be because I was sort of wanting to see it. Sorry, that should be the B key. The reality is that his elbow would be somewhere down here, and I don't need to see it. This looks much better. Okay, so now the question sort of becomes, how's this going to animate? And the simple way to decide that is just select it and actually move it around in real time. Is he going to go like this? Yeah, he probably is. That's probably exactly what he's going to do. He's going to go like this. And then maybe it'll wiggle a little bit, once he brings it up to here. So this is a great way to work out animation. Just cut out little pieces and start moving them around in real time right before your eyes and see if it's working. If it's working in real time, it's going to work. So same thing with his head. What's going to actually happen in this shot? Let's put the center here where it probably should be and say he's probably going to go, it'll probably go whoop, and when he goes up like this, his head will come down like this, and then maybe his eyes will turn into a squint and his smile will grow a bit. So this is pretty straightforward. Actually, this shot, when you look at it that way, all of a sudden this stuff becomes kind of simple actually, because now I can see that all I'm really going to need to do to sell the shot and make it good is, number one, do the ink and paint on his face and on this object, probably on 2 separate layers. Make sure that this is a very high appeal drawing, because that face is what people are going to be looking at, right? So, now we could do it this way. I don't know. It's kind of funny. It's crazy that after 2 years I'm still trying to figure out my workflow, but I'm literally learning new things every single day about, kind of like what works and what doesn't work. Okay. So what I'm essentially drawing is the keyframe in the sense of the landing spot. Where is he going to end up? So things are a little out of balance. So this is where flipping your canvas and kind of zooming in and out a little bit can help, because it's just compositionally it's not quite where it needs to be. So let's fix that. This is probably okay, but basically his head probably needs to be slightly bigger, and then I think balance it out. Now that looks way more balanced to me. So Control Shift A, Enter I mean. Okay, so let's get the drawings right, and then all the rest will pretty much take care of itself, I would say. Okay, so with his head, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try this kind of the cleanup way. So I'm going to, actually not clean up, I meant. Okay, there's a red flag. Boom. Something right there in the... That's better. It's not much different, but it's a little different. Okay, might as well leave his if his mouth is gonna hey Darren, okay, cool, lunch break. If his mouth is going to, well, you guys know what I'm trying to say. There's probably no reason to draw his face in there. We should put his face on another layer over top of it. If it's going to be animated. Oh, yes and no. Let me think about that for a second. No, actually what we should do is get the core expression in there so we can animate the whole thing as a unit, and then just add a paint layer over top of it to patch over the animated elements or changes that are going to occur towards the end of the shot. So, okay. So that's that. Should probably check. Yeah, I was checking to see if my audio is bleeding through the music I've got going on in my ears. Obviously, that can get you a copyright strike if you're not careful. Okay, so we've got the head. We'll just always save, save, save. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a cleanup step. So there we go. The cleanup step gets rid of all the lines that are semi-transparent. And let's just see. And while I'm here, I will also actually deal with the color a little bit. I would say put a little bit of red in there, and then as far as the RGB value, yeah, we probably want to just lighten it a little bit. So that's basically your sort of your quintessential outline color. If you're going for a pretty crisp, you know, almost Disney-esque sort of look. So there's that. Okay, monkey, monkey, monkey. Let's make sure we can patch all your holes. And then I would say what we want to do, that needs to be tilted slightly more to the yellow. I've been finding that's pretty much the case. Yeah, it's not a hard, fast rule, though. Okay, so I'm going to go into behind mode. Perfect. So now what I want to do is, actually, I'm going to sample that ink color. I guess what I want to do here is probably, yeah, that feels a little dark. So I'm thinking something like that will do the trick. Okay. With the caveat that let's clamp down the low end a little bit. Yeah, that's probably about right. Yep, that looks pretty good. You can always turn preview off and on, and yeah, that makes it pop. That looks pretty good. All right, so now having done that, let's just add a couple little finishing touches, and essentially we now have a model ready to animate in a sense. Actually, yeah, I was thinking, should I bake in some shadows, but I think not. Okay, so that's that. So that's monkey's head. So control insert. And now let's just get, okay, so now what I'm going to do, actually, this has been a helpful step. I'm going to go, okay, so actually, Krita just froze. Could be bad, especially because when I mouse over other applications, I'm still seeing the same icon. That's generally not a great sign. It's not very often that Krita actually does something that literally locks up the entire computer, but that does in fact look like that's exactly what has happened. Well, okay. So, okay, okay, that's pretty weird. Maybe it was just the tool. Maybe I just needed to hit escape. Okay, but why is it still got the tool? All right, I'm going to hit enter. Okay, I think that did the trick. Save your work is all I can say. And then what I'm going to do is what I was about to do before everything appeared to be locking up a bit. You know, why this is taking a really, really, really long time, I have no idea. I truly, truly do wish that, and there may be, maybe there's debug builds of programs like Krita that they post. I haven't really noticed whether they post like debug versions. They probably do. But it would be so wonderful to have a console that literally, just as you're working, every single move you make is being spat out to the console so you can see what's actually being done functionally in the program. So that when things act stupid, that it's possible to grok out what's going wrong. Right now, what we have is absolutely no responsiveness to anything at all. Quite literally on the entire machine. And I've, you know, it's amazing that you can go every single day on this live stream and I can say to you, here's something that's happening that literally has never happened before, and yet it happens almost every day, I swear. What we have going on right now is something I have never seen before, which is Krita. You just go to save the image, and now nothing in the entire system is responding to any mouse input. Okay, well, maybe if we hit Control F4, nope. Maybe if we hit Control Alt Delete and bring up the task manager, the menu does appear to be responsive, so that's good. There is nothing in the system that's showing any kind of lockup or anything, including Krita. Krita's showing no use of CPU. Okay, it looks to me like, yeah, see, this is definitely it's creepy actually. You know, some people would be out there saying, Dave, you know, have you looked into like you know, antivirus and stuff? No, it's creepy. It's creepy in that you just think, this is why I would love to have some console output, because think about it. Okay, what did I actually go do right now? Well, I went to save the file, but I didn't just save the file. It just looks and feels to me like what I did was save the file. What actually happened was when I went to save the file, Krita popped up a window. Stop right there. Stop right there. That's what actually happened. Krita popped up a window, which you see in front of you. What does that actually mean? Well, what it actually means is that the Qt framework subsystem generated a new window, which means that the operation of saving a file, in fact, what it really did was invoked multiple massive libraries of functionality that are baked into Krita and most of the programs we use every day. So the truth is, there is an untold litany of things that could have gone wrong right now that have nothing to do with saving the file. What's going on here is essentially we have utter and complete non-responsiveness. So let's go to other programs and see if other programs are responding. That's the very idea that that's even possible is ludicrous. That's where the browser gets it right. That's why the idea of developing software is only interesting to me as it pertains to using the browser and the cloud as the platform, because the browser is very, very, very effectively sandboxed, and this sort of stuff can't happen with I mean, it can, but at this point in history it usually doesn't. Okay, so I don't see as I have any choice. Even hitting cancel's doing me no good, so there really is no option here. Sorry to put you guys through it, but it is what it is. This is what we have to deal with, and we deal with it with all kinds of software all the time. It's just the way it is. I'm not really sure where I saved this, what state I saved it in, but we're gonna find out here. So let's go I believe it was 422. Yep. And we'll just see what we have. I might have to do my coloring again. Yeah. So no big deal. Um, at this point, I tell you, it's funny. At this point, it's not even that annoying to me. I'm so used to it that it's like, yeah. I mean, that's just what, I'm not even picking on Krita. It isn't what Krita does. Certainly most software, especially open source software, tends to be this way. But I mean, I say that that's probably not even a fair statement because I don't even use much commercial software anymore. There are things you can certainly complain about with Vegas, but I mean, it was worse back in the day. Vegas has the same, in the sense that these like Krita and OpenToonz, Tahoma are all built on Qt. Well, Vegas is built on .NET, and .NET has its own. I mean, you're certainly um, dealing with a gargantuan code base that makes .NET what it is. And I mean, some people would argue Microsoft got it right with .NET in the sense that it is an open source. Um, uh, it's basically like Java. I mean, it gives you the same benefits Java does. It's a cross-platform code framework that allows you to target .NET um, with a multiplicity of different programming languages, and the runtime is basically language neutral. So there is a layer of middleware, if you will, that has to do with um, that's a little strong there, Junior. Let's see what we got going here. That's better. Okay, we've got 6 concurrent viewers. Okay, so when we were so rudely interrupted by the Krita lockup, which it seems to be doing fine now, it usually does if you rerun it. I'll say let's go ahead and clean this up too, and then we'll deal with animation. So I'm actually going to do the old turn down method. This color, let's see here. Let me sample that. Okay, yeah, I'm going to do a quick presto changeo here on the head, in that I wanted to raise this up a bit and give it a little bit of a tint. My initial try at that was a little off, but this, yeah, I mean, that's not too bad. Maybe slightly darker, but okay. So now what we're going to do, see, the thing is, though, I have to say, it won't do me any good to use that ink color if I'm not going to put it on a different layer. So I'm actually just going to trace over this. Because the cleanup step makes the lines go darker. So the whole cleanup idea, using curves to clean up your art, is kind of assuming that you want to have black lines. So and we'll just kind of go like that and hit the old N key to see if our size is kind of sort of what it should be. Cool beans. So yeah, like I said, we'll get the individual elements here dialed in, then we'll animate them, then we'll go ahead and connect the dots, and then the final step would be to setting aside the background, of course. The next step would be to basically decide if we want to do his body using ink and paint or some other way. You know what would actually be an interesting way that I've never tried? I'm going to play with this for a minute. It would be interesting to, okay, if that's our ink color, I'm going to hit the G key. Usually when I use this. The fill is the foreground color, and the outline is the brush. Okay, so strike what I was going to say. The freehand path tool actually does not give you the option to have the line and the fill be a different color. So that was kind of where I was going with that. But that's no big deal, because if you think about it, normally what I've done in some cases is draw the shapes, because we're dealing with monkey here. And monkey, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to just do the stuff that's going to be filled in after these two guys are animated. Just use the freehand path tool to fill in the shapes, and then I can use a post-production two-step process to generate outlines automatically that will be pretty much the same as the ones that I've drawn by hand. So just thinking out loud to map in my plan here. Okay. So now, what if we want to try making the coloring process maybe a little simpler? Let's try something. First of all, what you could do is just pick a neutral color, like some people do when they do animatics, and just color them in gray. But why would you do that? Well, the reason you would do that is now I'm going to grab a color. Actually, to illustrate, we would really want to use this color, and then hit the G key, but alpha lock. Now we can go whoop, just color that in, and then again we sampled that color, and then I sort of looked at it and said, I guess I want to be a little lighter, a little brighter. Okay, and then I think in the live stream so far today, which is less than wonderful, but here's what we're going to do. So we're not going to do too much squash and stretch. I'm going to switch my shot to 24 frames a second. I'm sorry, 8 frames a second from 24. Okay. I'll give him 1/2 of 1 second to sort of get to where he's going to get to, and then I'm going to just get him into position. I'm not sure I like that pose. Let me see. Okay, again, you know, hate to report downright creepiness, but once again, I'm seeing behavior that's a little creepy. Okay, and I guess at the beginning of this shot, since he's going to be kind of jerking up out of the frame, we'll go like this. Okay, so boom, and then I was thinking, I'm going to put this on frame 8, by the way. Well, no, let's put it on 5. We'll just give him a 1 frame tween, I think. This is where using onion skins actually is kind of useful. So what we're doing is we're going to put an ease out. So when the shot starts, he'll go, I mean, you can see it feels pretty smooth. So it's the old 8 frames per second 2 frame tween, where the tween is a very slight modification actually of the frame that came way far before. So it moves a tiny bit and then snaps to the landing position. Seems to work pretty well most of the time. First, I'm going to do this actually kind of the opposite to what I just showed, in that I'm going to add a tween that's close to the destination as well. So this is it's a 3 frame tween because it's a little slower move is all. So boop. So he's up, bump, bop, bop. Okay, in this case, I think a little squash and stretch would be good. So I am going to liquefy this guy. Monkey, you're about to be liquefied. So it's going to pull from his starting place. I think this will look good. Whoop. So what I'm missing here is I'm almost wanting to feel an anticipation. So I'm going to pop back this out a little bit further. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to give him a slight anticipation in the opposite direction. Pop. Okay, and then the whole thing takes place too slowly. So, boop. Not too bad. I would say let's make it even more of an exaggerated motion so that so that you just feel more movement. Okay, so here I would say the anticipation is not extreme enough. Boom. Boom. Okay, I like that better. So it's all about getting the pop in it. You know, it's like there's a pop and a snap. Here, one could argue you could really find a midpoint tween just to see how that feels. Not bad. And it's arguable that maybe a motion blur on this one would be okay too. So let's smack it on there just to see what it feels like. And make sure it's kind of pointing in the right direction. Like roughly there, I would say. And I think maybe, yeah, I think if you're doing I would say if you're going to do an anticipation, meaning a move in the opposite direction before you snap to the new position, then that's where motion blur is not too bad because he's really got a pop from the, A to B. Whereas with this first one, I feel like the squash and stretch works better. I don't think that motion blur there would call attention to itself. So, you know, as always, we're kind of learning as we go, right? Nothing really new on the comments. So, all right. So now I'm going to go to this layer. Let's insert a keyframe. Control insert. Hit save. I'm going to sample this color, and then we're going to be in behind mode. So I can smack this directly into this layer, and we don't want alpha lock on, by the way. So there we go. Now I'm looking on my other screen at when Monkey looked at the bag in Mel's pocket. Okay, I'm glad I checked that because the bag is actually tan color. The bag is not too far from this color, actually, which is kind of problematic. So why don't we just say, for our purposes, the bag's going to be slightly less saturated. And we'll go ahead and give it I'm going to allow it in this case because of the color similarity. When I originally did it, I didn't really realize I should show what I'm talking about. This is the color of the bag, which is like eerily similar to Monkey's flesh tone, and I really don't want the whole thing to be so boring and monochromatic. So at some point it might be good to go back to the other shot and maybe touch it up. But what I'm going to do now is, well, I said I wasn't going to put shadows in there. So what I'm going to do is just go slightly lighter, hit the G key in normal mode, and just add a little bit of highlight on the bag. And then we'll balance that out later with shadows as well. But I think that something like that would probably be fine. So that here I am allowing a little bit of that yellow tone to show through. Okay, so that's that. I guess that should look like maybe it's a bit wrinkly. And here, yeah, maybe. Okay, so now let's talk animation on this thing. When the shot starts out, remember Monkey was he was really groped out reaching for this. So just thinking now about what he's going to be doing. So he's going to go, this is probably going to involve some squash and stretch actually. I'm going to say, I'm going to go ahead and let this one flow a bit, let's say. I'm going to assume that will be stretched. And so he's jerking it up. So that's going to, we might as well get into liquefy mode here because it's going to have to happen one way or the other. Alright, so then here, this is going to actually stretch a bit. Okay, not horrible. Okay, other than if we're going to go this route, we need to give this a little bit of life at the bottom while he's considering his next move. Okay. Yep, and then here you're going to have an anticipation again. Well, sort of. I'm thinking what we'll do is we'll go like this, but leave the bottom of the bag hanging, and then on the next frame, let it catch up. And then we're going to land here. So this is probably important to make a copy here and then put in the onion skins because I want to let it sort of get back to its original shape. I've let it stretch a bit here. So if we're going from here to here, this is where we're going to get a stretch. So we'll let that kind of ease into its place. And then again, I'm going to liquefy it. Just to give it a little bit of life. Okay, and then there was one spot. Let me see here. Ulicek. Hey, Ulicek. And then here we'll do the opposite. We'll let that baby bounce. Okay, we're probably not too far from being there as far as the animation goes with the main stuff that's going to move, so let's see how it looks. Yeah, definitely looking pretty decent. I'm going to go ahead and let that sort of settle as far as its weight goes. Just a little bit of subtle movement so it can settle down. So save our work, save early, save often. Okay, so now the question becomes, well, what about Monkey's expression? Right here, I'm going to allow him to get happy. And then here, I don't know, I don't think there's any point in trying to settle down his expression too much. Okay. And I guess here I would probably do this as well, but we're going to change his eyes a bit. Okay, so B key, sample that, and I'm actually going to just draw it on here and then go in and erase out the things that make it look stupid. So boom. I was thinking about giving him teeth, like a big teethy grin, but I don't know. I guess if I was going to do that, it would almost make more sense to do it when he lands here. Let's try. File, save. Alright, so what I'm going to do is go like that, and then hit the fill tool and give that boy some little bit of teethiness. Now, obviously, we need to touch up the outlines. I had to do it that way because there's not really a good way to fill behind when there's already color in there. Whoops. Okay, not horrible. I like it. That made me laugh, so that's usually a good sign. File. Okay, stop moving. And we may have just had the same thing happen again, which is too bad because we just hit a really good spot in terms of getting the animation nailed, and I've been saving frequently, but here we have it. We have the situation again where literally the entire system just froze. It didn't freeze. It's no longer responsive to the mouse. My keyboard seems to work. Wow. But actually nothing on my entire system will respond to mouse input. God, man. Again, this comes back to my earlier semi-rant, which is, what in the world is sufficiently unsandboxed that such a thing could ever be possible? I mean, I'm literally not joking, guys. I may have to kill the live stream just to get my system back today. And again, I find it I just marvel at it, that how can you literally go every day with, for months on end, where there's always something new that kind of gums up the works or makes it less than fun, let's say. And here we have it. It's happened twice now today, and now it seems to be coming back. Oh boy. So what in the world is the system having to wait on? I'm not going to use the mouse. I'm just going to hit save and see what happens. It looks like it's saved. So lo and behold, I don't have any idea why. That is so bizarre. So bizarre. Anyway, okay. No point complaining anymore. I like the acting. So let's move on to connecting the dots. To be clear, let's jump back here. What's actually going to happen? This storyboard's not quite accurate. Monkey gets the goodies. Okay, yeah. So initially, yes. We had in the storyboard this shot that shows the bag being yanked out of Mel's pocket. That is completely unnecessary. I mean, it's very obvious what happened. Right. So then what we have is this shot of Mel. So this is not quite accurate either, even though I don't know if you guys can see it because it's so light on the screen. But essentially, let me see what happens if we add a little bit of contrast. Let's just add a color curves. It doesn't seem to do us much good, unfortunately. Not much good there. Anyway, so what's going to happen actually is Mel is going to walk into frame and then realize something's wrong, something's missing. So, I don't know, I'm seeing it pretty clear in my mind, and what's in the storyboard, which was originally done a long time ago, definitely is not quite what I am seeing. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a quick and dirty, just a real quick and dirty pencil test on what I'm thinking will happen with Mel. So this is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing actually, let's go ahead and turn this on. This is one of those unusual cases where a straight-on symmetrical shot actually makes sense. Okay? And that expression's not too bad either. I'm going to zoom in here a little bit. Alright, we'll turn this back off. GE to erase. BE. Okay, so he's got a little bit of a furrowed brow kind of thing going on. You know, he's He's a man on a mission, right? Okay, so let's turn this back on, hit GE, and just clean up a little bit. BE, turn off symmetry. Okay, so yeah, what's supposed to happen is Control Insert A. Move him up. Probably, maybe a slight. So again, we're talking about one drawing is actually all this is going to take. So this should be 8 frames per second, and I'm going to actually save this. I think this is a model for what I'm going to want to do on the next shot. Save as, that's going to be 424. Alright, so this will be .424 ping. Yes, we want to save it, but importantly, we need a dummy layer in there so we can trick Krita into knowing that we intended to save the animation stuff as well. So actually, and you know what? I really like the animation. I like the way he scoops up there at the end. So he's coming into frame, and then he's going to stop. Zoom, boom. He's going to stop and realize something's like badly wrong. So I'm going to, whoops. Boom. Not bad, not bad. I'm gonna say let's get rid of these. BE. And just redraw this like this. And probably a little bit of this as well, just to grab that expression. So I'm just roughing this in so I can, because I'm essentially bringing the storyboard up to date. Yeah, and then it'll cut to wide, boom, and then right about there, we'll just insert a key in the B key, not in erase mode. And then what's going to happen here is he's going to, we'll just do this yo-yo Shinari style, very loopy, and okay. So we're doing the yo-yo Shinari school of doodling today for just a moment. Right, so there's Mel, there's his ear. Let's go ahead and just put the dots in there for his eyes, and then we'll build up the eyes around where we want them to be looking. Again, as always, a case of going from the known to the unknown. The thing that's known is his pupils. And then, so again, this is Yo-Yo Shinari School. Scribble and loop, scribble and loop. Loop that around. It's a pretty cool way to work to a degree, because my typical way of drawing is to actually go, I'm going to put in a mark, you know, more like a painter, where I'm sort of looking for that one mark, and then in my mind I see the drawing coming. Whereas this method is more like, okay, the scribbles cause the drawing to appear in your mind. You know, you're getting some scribbles in there so you can find, all of a sudden you start to see a character, right, coming out of the scribbles. Works pretty well. And I actually have lately been employing a hybrid approach that combines the two. I use the sketch method to sort of find the basic character, and then I start tightening up, adding firmer lines, blah blah blah. So you guys get it. I'm belaboring the obvious here to a degree, but I do like the results. I like the rapid fire kind of way it comes. I mean, this is the ultimate way to draw or animate to me is if you can have this happening in real time where it actually appears almost as fast as you can kind of think it is always a lot of fun. You know, that's what you're after. So here, this is not a good situation for Mel. Not at all. Okay, so I'm going to save my work. Okay, so you guys can see what's happening here. So we're going from this boom, monkey goes there, and then we cut to this. Sorry, yeah. Then we cut to this, and then we'll cut to this, which is going to be boom, huh? And then he's like patting his pockets like something's wrong here. And it's kind of funny because what he does is he turns around, and then there's one thing that is in the storyboard that I do know that I want to have or I want to keep is I think it's in here. Oh, I see what happened. Okay, so I have it a little bit wrong. Hang on 1/2 a second while I change my I've got some music playing that I don't really want to listen to. Okay, so now what actually happens in the storyboard is he flips around, looks at Monkey, and Monkey's sitting there innocent. And then he says, "Beat it," and then Monkey chirps and runs away, and then Mel realizes that his pocket is empty. He looks back at Monkey, and then there's a smash zoom. You guys probably can't see this, but there's a smash zoom that shows Monkey with the bag and smiling a really guilty grin. Well, there we go. I actually put the smash zoom in it as an animatic. Shoo, ha ha. And then Mel's like, "Hey, come back here." So this is kind of interesting. So this shot might be wrong. This shot might be wrong. Let me save this. Let me save that as a ping. So it updates over here in the storyboard or the animatic. Okay, so this is actually the key shot that matters. Once we get the monkey animated, it's the walking into frame and stopping. And then he turns around. And so, yeah, he would just look suspicious. Okay, yeah, this makes more sense, you know, per the storyboard. So he basically goes, boom. And then this shot is wrong. Cool, although the drawing may be, and definitely in the Yo-Yo Shinari style, it's actually the wrong shot, or the wrong drawing for this shot. It's close, though. We could actually modify this to make it work quite well. It's just that his body's wrong. So let's see if we could fix it. GE, sorry. I hit W instead of E accidentally. So this is all incorrect. But this, surprisingly, kind of works. What we're going to do is, instead of what we had a moment ago, we're going to have him just crane his neck around and look back like this. Okay, so the neck's a little exaggerated here. I would say maybe just... Actually, that is a better pose. That's way better. Oh, I like that. Okay. Yeah, cool. Yeah, so it's kind of funny that it's the same head, but a completely different pose. Still works. I find this happens pretty often, actually. So 9:22. Did I just hear Valerie upstairs? I think I might have. Okay, so there he is, and we'll just go with that. So he something's wrong here. And then he turns around, and then he'll look at monkey. I'm just going to go ahead and block this stuff in. He turns around, boom, boom, right there. We're going to have monkey doing the big I'm not guilty of anything look. So this is going to have to be, whoops, this is going to have to be shrunk slightly. Okay, so let's say from a framing standpoint, and this is a slightly awkward drawing for sure, but I want to have him over there so that, you know, we can actually balance that against having monkey over here. So we're basically doing sort of medium shots. And so that works. Monkey's got his hands behind his back, so we're going to want to animate the okay, and by the way, this is he's actually still a little bit large in the frame. So B key, I'm going to go ahead and put his feet out front for that shot. That'll work. Boom, boom, boom. Little off balance here. Let's pull that in a bit. And don't like the actual positioning of his head. Again, as I sort of mentioned earlier, I am going to, yep, I'm doing that. This idea of just grabbing pieces and moving them around as if they were actually animating is really a great idea. I mean, this is actually what he would do. Alright, so I'm going to go XV. I'm going to put him in a different layer right now. And animate it like that. Just because, why not? So what we have here in this layer, so I'm going to definitely save this so that I can come back to this either tomorrow or sometime soon. Okay, so the basic problem here for me is that his body is off balance. If he was actually sitting this way, he would fall down. So the only way this really makes sense is if there's a shift. It's, you know, we're catching him in transit, if you will, to a position that isn't off balance. So we'll go like that. Boom, boom, boom. And then his arms are behind his back. And if we really wanted to sell it, we would go like this. We would have the bag, and it would quite literally be, that's the bag being squashed and stretched over to this position. Okay, not sure I'm totally sold on this position, but we'll give it a crack. Alright, so Mel turns around. Okay, really, this should be this. Okay, so that's his head. Okay, so essentially, I would say this is too much. So we in other words, we only need one tween essentially of this. Okay, sorry, I need to be in erase mode. Could even go a step further by having this hand out like this, and then both hands go behind his back, and then he's sort of leaning forward, you know, who me kind of thing. All right, the old innocent look kind of thing. Just drive that home, save our work. For our purposes, we might as well bake this down as well, because this is all just going to be a pencil test anyway. Okay, I wonder if actually one more frame of hold there might be good. Zoom. I'm actually thinking even longer. Let me give it. Zoom. Not sure. I'm not sure if I'm actually buying the final pose now. If it's all in one blur. What happens if we actually do this? Make it super tight. Boom. That's probably the best, but I'm going to save this and then we'll come back to it later, because obviously the whole point was just to block in what's going to be happening. So, cool. So with that, we have this all ready to go. All we have to do is, we're not even going to worry about the background at this point. Let's put in a body layer, O-D-Y. And the body, let's put in a, just insert a keyframe. So what I really want to do is kind of go to my landing position, I think. Let's go here. G key for the freehand path tool. Just kind of block in his sort of teardrop body shape, which, by the way, is somewhat qualified by that. Okay. So now I'm going to go into behind mode. This is obviously quite a stretch, people. Obviously quite a stretch. Is that okay, is the question. And actually, I think it might be. If we bounced from it. The only problem is we can't bounce from it easily without reanimating a good bit on the bag, but it's just animating its position, so that should probably be okay. So what we'll do is we'll say on this frame, I'm going to, this may not make tremendous sense what I'm even trying to say here, but here's his head. Let me label these layers because you'll see what I'm about to do. And we'll call this bag. Alright, so now what we need to do is we need to now compensate for that big old stretch by taking the bag and getting it back over here under control, which means we need to do that repeatedly. So now the bag is right there. Let's put in a dummy layer. This isn't a bad idea either. Just put in a dummy layer to mark where things are supposed to be. Okay, so now it's going to be pretty easy to just take this whole sequence and do this correction, like so. So yeah, it takes a half a second of effort, but it'll give us that nice squash and stretch, which I think looked pretty cool. And, you know, I reserve the right to have it backfire, by the way. Okay, so let's take the guide layer back out and see what we have. So save our work. Boom. Boom. Okay. I would say it worked. I would say it worked just fine. Now the body, let me see here. It would probably be prudent to put the arm in its own layer. So I am going to go to this frame and erase the whole arm. So G key in erase mode. I'm going to just erase this carefully. And now clearly I need to restore this. You can see a little flaw there. Okay, I need to not be in behind mode. Duh. Just fix that. Okay. And then here, is that drawn so wonderfully that it's worth worrying about? No. So we're just going to delete it. We'll redraw it here in half a second and call this arm. Alright, so insert a blank key there, and now a key here for this ridiculous stretched arm, which I'm going to actually do it this way. Okay. And by the way, the arm should be behind the body. Obviously. A key, can we actually give him a little bit of a volume increase by going ahead and yeah, I think I gotta look at it, morning, Kyle. And there's Kyle. All right, boom. Okay, not sure I'm loving that. I'm gonna turn on the onion skins and say probably I would actually like to keep it on the same. Okay, and I'm seeing something then that's bugging me. Yeah, there's a clear change in volume that is not going to work. So I'm going to just take the liquify tool here and just stretch it. And hopefully that will be more. Okay, so now we need to go back a frame here. Doing a little bit of the old rubber hose thing. And here's well, I was going to say I expected it would fall apart, but not really so much. So it does in fact look to me like doing, yeah, it looks to me like doing rubber hose animation on him is actually going to work for this shot. Alright, let's, okay, not horrible. Let's deal with his body. I'm going to just pull this back to here, and we're going to turn on the onion skins on this layer. And hello, got to be selecting the right layer apparently. That's kind of important. Okay. Actually, let's go back here. Not quite sold on that. tiny, tiny little change. Okay, except I made the change on the wrong frame. So, needed to be there. Okay. File, save, rewind. Let's turn the onion skins back off. Let's kind of see what we have at this point. Not bad. Not bad at all. Okay. So now I'm going to grab the G key and put the onion skins on his arm and start sneaking through here. And that didn't quite work. Boom. Okay. Let's look at what this would actually be. It'd be something like that. Okay, yeah, so this one is clearly whacked in a big way. This needs to be more like that. Yeah. And so there really actually would be... stop. Did I actually do what I just did? I did. I have to keep hitting undo now because unfortunately, yep. Okay, so all we're going to do is just erase, erase, erase. If you don't know what I did, well, what I did was, as far as I'm concerned, for my work, is absolutely the cardinal sin. Which is, you're sitting there just slamming away, not even realizing that you're working in completely the wrong layer. I've done it so many times, countless times. You can't even count how many times I've done it. But yeah, it's a pretty big glitch. Okay. So now, let's remedy that. Okay. Now this, since we're doing the rubber hose thing, maybe we can go like that. And then just liquefy it into shape. I think we can in this case. I want to give a little bit of fat to the arm there. Okay, not bad. Nothing moves for a bit. Okay, let's do free transform, slight tween, and yeah, I mean that's shockingly similar to the next frame, other than the, we've got a definite change in volume here, which is pretty objectionable for sure. So there's no good reason why that change right there would exist. Yeah, that right there. There's no good reason for that. I'm taking that out. Okay, so now the only thing I'm kind of having a problem with is it does appear to me that his arm's changing length. So I'm going to say, okay, right there. This is where I'm objecting to it. I think the whole rubber hose thing is starting to fail here. So what I'm going to do is, hello, I said G key. Cut that. Okay, so now here, I'm going to go ahead and copy this to here. And actually, no, I'm not. I'm gonna stop and fix this obvious problem. Okay, I guess I have to zoom in microscopically to fix that. At least if I want to fix it with the liquify tool. I'm still not liking it. I'm still feeling like his arm's too beefy. Beefy, I tell ya. Okay, that's that. So this needs to copy there. That's probably not going to work, but it actually might. Mainly because he is in motion and he's getting from here to here. So, I don't know, that might work. Yeah, that actually didn't matter. Not totally loving it, but it's definitely not bad. Let's save. Definitely not bad. Yeah, it's very much you know, this is one of those things that do you fix it? The actual problem that's making it feel a little off is the fact that okay, that's not what I intended to do, is that he really should have a slight move in that direction before snapping into the tween, because the idea is that the arm is bending. Yeah, so I think that might have helped. Let's see. Yeah, that feels pretty smooth actually. Okay, the other thing I would be objecting to a bit here, so I don't mind that, but here, right there, right here, I think if we turn on onion skins we can see it. So basically this slight variance in the position is a little objectionable. That one's probably okay. But just to be safe. Alright. See if that did the trick. Yeah, I don't like the way the it's kind of my own fault though. I like the bag bouncing around, but I don't really like his hand bouncing around, but it's probably can get away with it here. File, save. Let's consider the body layer. Do we want to do ink and paint? Okay, another thing that's going to help with, and by the way, I'm thinking I'm going to crop this slightly so I don't have to worry about this. I mean, obviously we're losing, there's no legs or anything down here. For this shot, I'm thinking I'll probably just crop it a little bit, but the tail would add a lot of character, so let's add a tail layer and just kind of have some fun with it. Have some fun with the monkey's tail. Yeah. Alright. Insert an animation key. Sample that color. Basically the tail should be at the bottom of the stack. And I'm going to start right out with a tail. And in this case, we're going to I'm going to animate this on every frame. So what I'm going to do is give myself use the animate tool to get it in the zone, and then come back and draw over it to sort of tighten it up. Okay, so like for example, meaning. In this case, I want to go grab this, and then I'm going to just do a mirror horizontal on that so that we get this quick whip of the tail. I actually did that, unfortunately, on the wrong frame, but we're gonna live with that. Again, probably doesn't matter. Okay, that's weird. Okay, well, that's really weird. Okay, so this is a Krita-ism that's quite annoying. What you can see here is that I'm clearly operating in the tail layer, and most of what I've done reflects that accurately. But in the timeline, as far as Krita is concerned, what's selected is the arm layer. Okay, so what do you do with that? You know, what do you do with the idea that the software isn't even keeping track of the fact that you've switched layers up here? You know, how ridiculous is that? It's pretty ridiculous. It's pretty ridiculous. But doesn't necessarily, you know, make it so we can't get our job done today. So all right, so now I'm going to go ahead and allow that to go like that, and then I'm going to go ahead and loop the tail up a little bit. So what's essentially going to happen here is that the tail buys us a little bit of latitude. Nope. G key, but not in erase mode. Next frame. Okay. I'm gonna go with this. I'm gonna do 2 of these. Yeah, and then when he kind of jerks down, we'll let the tail have a counter motion, and then it would actually be kind of like that, but I keep hitting B when I mean to hit E for the purpose of turning off erase mode. One. Okay, that's kind of working. Okay, I'm going to stretch that out there. Hit the G key, go into erase mode. And actually, you know what I'm going to do? Rather than jump right in with that, I'm going to see what happens if we do a flip on this. Okay. G key, not in erase mode. Don't have a selection going on. I think I'm going to probably have to wrap up here before too long because I'd say, I don't know if it's because of the freezes or what, but I'm definitely feeling like things are annoying me a little more than I prefer. Whether that calls for a sign off or just a break, I'm not sure. Okay. I'm going to just insert a key. Okay, and probably these can be duplicated. Save it. Turn off the onion skins. Hit rewind. That might be too snaky. Normally when his tail like vibrates, it's just the end of it. Yeah, like that. That seems too cheeseball to me. Yeah, so let's redo that. I'm going to just get rid of those keys. And I don't like the curvature there. So what we'll do is we'll go like this, and then the next key we'll get the tail. Okay, let's turn the onion skins back on so at least we can see where we're starting from. So we'll get the tail in a starting position here. And then probably what we could do is just actually do a flip on that. Slight rotation. Yeah, that's Monkey's happy place with his tail. He will stop there. I'm pretty sure that's probably going to be right. No, it's not, actually. So there's our starting point. I'm redoing it. That's not working. You wouldn't think that that little whip of the tail would be that big of a deal, but yeah, it's kind of a big deal. So here I'm going to hit Control Insert, erase, G key, thank you very much, erase, E key again, Control Insert, E key. So what's different? I'm actually causing the vibration, if you will, of the end of his tail to crawl up to the tip of his tail. Like I said, it's a little anal for sure, but I think, yeah, see, it's night and day. There's no contest. I mean, that's a huge win compared to what I had a moment ago. So there it is. All right, why don't we, I think this would be a good time to cut this into the show and just kind of see how it's flowing with the rest of the action. So this is shot number 422, not 412. Boom. And 422, is that correct? That is correct. And we will render that as JPEGs. Yep, and now let's jump over here. The bounce, hey Yule. Yeah, the bounce gives you some mass to the bag, so yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing here. So let's go to scenes number 422. There it is. Render, where I just was. Let's open the sequence. It's going to be 8 frames per second. As usual, there's the sequence. We don't want any resampling going on. And at this point, still image 422 can be removed from the shot, or the scene, I should say, the project. And let's just kind of see how that's feeling. So, made some slight modifications to that shot by essentially adding detail to the background to the background. Let's see here. Hold on a second. Okay, this is interesting. Definitely needs shadows. So the basic issue here would be this is definitely interesting. I'm going to have to think about this one. Because what I really... Let's see, he reaches with his right arm. So yeah, I can see what we need to do here. We need to put a pole in there. We need to put a pole in there that he's holding with his left arm. That would actually... And obviously he seems to have a bit more of a spider monkey tail on that shot. That I can ignore. But I mean, at this point he's not on the ground. Now you could argue that a lot of things happened while you weren't looking right there. But I think that's a bit much to ask of our audience. So, how do we address that? Easy peasy, actually. What we need to do is let's go to green, go with a really dark green color like that, okay? And then let's just draw a shape like that. Does it need to be credibly the same dimensions as the one in the other shot? I don't really think so, but it needs to be kind of sort of close. All right, so now what I'm going to do is on this layer, I'm going to add that. Okay? The solution here is so stupidly simple. It's kind of funny. Okay. So now, let's see how this plays. Okay, so we have a little bit of a problem. Oh, Dave. The silly things you do. Okay, I'm going to get rid of... well, okay, let's just do this. Sorry. This, which doesn't have any animation keys, can be pulled way over here, I would say. Yeah. And should it be in front or behind? Unfortunately, what we're going to have to do is, well, what we could do, if we can avoid a tangent, the problem is if we move it to there, which is okay, we're losing a lot of his tail, which is maybe okay, but that's also quite a stretch for his arms. So it seems to me that the solution is to put it more like here. Just want to make sure. And then, yeah, a little bit more this way. And then when we get to this point in the shot, we'll just paint his ear back up over top. Okay? So having done that, that means that, you know, I say it's easy peasy. You know, this is one of those things that when I actually do it, it might turn out, you know, to look stupid or whatever. You never know. But I'm going to go ahead and stretch that arm up over there. And we're going to do what's known as hoping things are going to work. So, insert. I'm going to not do the rubber hose thing over here. Just so you know. Okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually let the apparent physical limitations of his bones inform the animation to a degree. Okay? Keep going forward. Okay. So right there, probably just a shift like that will be, yeah, and then kind of back up to there. That's going to be a bit of a problem. So I said enter. All right, so G key, E key, erase, E key, I'm gonna keep rolling here. Okay, and then basically coming back over here, probably what I can do is just cheat it this way. I'm gonna go Control Insert. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is grab this and go XV. So now that's actually in a different layer. Okay, why did I do that? Well, if I turn that off now, sample that color, fill that in, like so. Okay, so now this can go over it, and now we can animate it vertically up and down as needed to make the shot work. Okay, so that has an animation key right there. I would say here we want to go just a tiny move, here, bigger move, and I'm hitting shift so it actually slides vertically. Right there almost feels like he's sliding back up higher. And then probably slight tweak. I'm guessing that's probably going to do the trick. Let's turn off the onion skin and see what we have. Alright. Maybe the tail can now interact with the pole in the shot like before. That's true. That would be a possibility. Okay, let's do that. Since Yule suggested it, why don't we go ahead and have some fun with that? So let's first of all start labeling things. Left arm. This is going to be the pole. And this is going to be the left hand on the pole. Okay, so yeah, Yule has a good idea. Let's go to the tail layer, because you can see the tail basically dies about here. Okay, so if we're going to have the tail die, why don't we do something with it? So boom, boom, boom. And we'll just go here. And frankly, what we really need to do here is to pull this off. What we need to do is hit the G key and the E key and erase the tail here so that we can finish it on the pole. Alright, so is this the pole layer? Yeah, so here we're going to put a key. Oops. Not supposed to be in erase mode there, Jack. Oops. Not supposed to be using that color there, Jack. Oh, all the many, many things I do wrong. Okay. Now, let me see here. Let's go crazy with it and just see how it works. All right. So I'm going to go like this. I literally have no idea if this is going to work. But I'm going with it. And then here, we'll leave that, and then we'll come back to the tail layer. That didn't quite work. Should we come back to the tail layer? Yeah, the only reason I'm coming back to the tail layer is because it's behind the the pole. So this is maybe a little ridiculous because we're giving him a pretty long tail here. So it suggests that maybe there should be some modifications. No, his tail just like he turned from a tail to a boa constrictor. So call me an idiot. You know, I wanted to try it. And I did try it, and it looks stupid. So where we're basically gone wrong is here. So so there should be one wrap around the pole, and then that's the end of it. So let me see. There's the pole. That tail is in the pole. So here, what we're going to do is just erase. Oh, come on. Golly, I despise, I loathe, I detest the fact that you can grab cells and it doesn't select the commensurate layer. I think it's just so amazingly stupid, but it is what it is. Okay, so I'm just going to do that. And then I would say we'll let that hang. And then here we'll just stick it out the back. Okay, stop. Same thing just happened again. I click down here. I was doing better for a while by using my right mouse button. If you use your right mouse button, which pops up the pop-up menu for the timeline, it actually, believe it or not, actually causes you to select that layer. So that's probably what I need to do. Okay, so that's much better. And now what we can do is select this, hit the A key, and just kind of do what we did before, but do it on this little, man, oh man, oh man. Saber work. Okay, cool. Thanks you all for that good suggestion. Yeah, that works. That works. Now I should put his, let's go ahead and put his leg in there, since it would certainly be called for. So I'm hitting the G key. It looks like it is not in erase mode. So the question is right there. Boom. And I don't know that anything else is needed. Let me see here. I want to put a key there and then delete the key there. But yeah, that's all we needed. Okay, so let's deal with shadows. What the heck? Let's go ahead and finish this guy out since we're rocking. So this is going to be SHD for shadow. And this is going to be alpha lock to everything. So I'm just going to insert a key, go to the black, hit the G key, and just start smacking in some shadow action. Probably there. We're just going to say that the light is kind of sort of from overhead. So we'll allow a little bit of a shadow underneath there. And we definitely want to put some shadow on the bag. Typically about 12%. About 12% for shadows. Can be a little more, a little less, but that's kind of the zone. All right. So here we'll do Control Insert. And just kind of wing it here on the shadows. Control Insert. The reason I'm doing Control Insert is that most of the shot is fine, as far as the shadows don't need any adjustment. So why redo them and potentially introduce chatter actually into the shot? So, gonna kind of maybe give the bag a little bit more of a straight ahead shadow like that. Okay. Yeah, why not? So I'm just gonna draw into this and see how it goes. Just erase as we need to. Did the bag move? A little bit. So, monkey, shadow underneath his arm, probably there. Seems like we had shadow on his ear. Probably would see something there. Yeah. I'm not going to fiddle with the tail, by the way, as far as the shadows go. The whole thing's whipping around too fast anyway. You do the monkey animation just like a real monkey. Are you calling me a monkey? Dude, that's dangerous. No, I know what you mean. I appreciate that. That's what I'm trying to do. That is what I am trying to do. I want him to look like a monkey because he's a monkey. Not too complicated. Boom. We'll just put the, we'll just hit erase. Clean that up. Clean that up. We need to erase that. Reaffirm that shadow and that shadow. Do I hear Valerie? Do I feel her Valerie stirring upstairs? I think maybe. Well, maybe. Okay. Not seeing any hiccups. Let's keep going forward. Okay. Whoops. I was already in erase mode, so I didn't need to go into erase mode. Definitely some goofiness there with the motion blur. And a lot of issues here that need to be reworked. There, I'll allow a little bit of that. But yeah, I think I hear Val upstairs. So if I see my baby coming down the stairs, I'm gonna take the opportunity to take a break and confer with my woman, which I always do first thing in the morning when she's up and about. Okay, this we could probably liquefy. Oh, come on, Krita. Why do you always reset tools? All we need, man, all we need is an option for tools to remember their last setting. It would, for reasons I won't get into in detail, it would actually make a lot of things in Krita way faster and easier and predictable. Alright. Yeah, I mean, I would say maybe there's a little bit of jello factor on the shadow, but no, I mean, I think it's actually okay. It kind of commands your attention in a way that's not altogether inappropriate. Yeah, I think it's kind of happening. File, Save. Okay, so now the question, of course, we got a lot of layers here. Holy smokes. So this would be the background. What we're going to do on the background, BKGD, is reference the previous shot in terms of what was here, folks. Not too saturated. Solo, fill, done. Brown door, slightly more saturated. Okay. Now I'm going to just jump into this with the airbrush. Opacity down quite low. Because I just want to add some variation, and I might as well use the airbrush for the border slash shadow area, because I was just going to blur it anyway. I was going to make it, you know, focal blur. Okay. The building had some sort of siding to it, and to a degree, a little bit of a, you know, catching a little bit of sunlight, but again, we want it to be pretty much blurred. So, whoops, I'm gonna hit the M key and flip this, so I'm addressing my slight slant issue, which is a definite thing. As you can see, that's pretty bad. It's because I'm right-handed, and I've developed the bad habit of allowing my drawings to tilt and slant. Typically, it helps somewhat to just flip the canvas. That helps to sort of catch those issues earlier, but I still let them sneak. On the monkey stuff, MONKEY, and let's render this baby and look at it in the show. Might as well. So we'll jump over to Vegas. So we got 10 people watching right now, it looks like. So whatever I'm doing must be interesting to at least 10 people in the world. And let's just see. Oh yeah, that looks so much better. Little issue there on the shadow. Now I will say that he definitely could use some color correction. So a couple things. Number one, boom. This is not chopped at the right place. Pop right there. So this is cutting away from this shot way too late. All right. So now this one, if you look at it, you're seeing a real difference in like the gamma and stuff. So color corrector, probably just a gamma correction will do the trick. Yeah, not bad. I'm seeing a little issue on the shadow. As you can see, if we're slow about it. And also, by the way, we kind of forgot the monkey's rim light. I love what I'm seeing in the shot. Overall, it's looking really, really good. Just a couple things that need to be fixed. So let's address that. Mainly, it's in the shadow area. I need to push in here a bit. Again, hit the G key. And okay. So let's just do this on the shadow layer. Okay, right there. Hit E. Okay, wrong freaking brush. And again, you want to be in erase mode. Okay. Not bad. Yep, I can hear Val. So you guys are warned. You guys are duly warned. When Val shows up, I'm going to duck out for take a 5-minute break. Refresh my tasty beverage. And here, this is slightly dangerous behavior. Yeah, being in erase mode is extremely dangerous behavior. Oh, hey baby, you want to see a monkey shot? Here's a monkey shot. Here it comes. Boom. That's working, huh? Not too bad. Okay, guys, I'm going to take 5 and go hang with my baby for a few minutes and get some, refresh my tasty beverage. Perhaps, you know, use the little boy's room, that sort of thing that normal people have to do once in a while. And I'll be back in 5. So I'm just going to loop the monkey. In the meantime, back in a few. Yeah, like I said, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. It might be less, but usually I think my breaks tend to be less than what I think they will be. So, okay? But I've earned it. I've been streaming for 2 hours. So, here we go. And I am back. Well, I was gonna say, it never ceases to amaze me that everyone doesn't fly like a, like rats fleeing a sinking ship when I go take a break. Looks like maybe we lost one or two. And quite creepily, it appears that there was still a little bit of coffee in my cup. So now I'm drinking water that looks more or less like diarrhea. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Tastes like water, slightly tinged with the flavor of coffee. Okay. Where are we at? I think we're... Oh yeah, we were tweaking shadows, weren't we? That's what was going on. Or did we? Did we finish? No, we did not. There's a... Yeah. So the basic problem here, I am going to... do the following. What we're going to do here is we're going to introduce a bunch of chatter over these next few frames if we're not careful. So I am going to select this shadow right here and go Control X, Control V. So I just popped that into another layer. And by the way, I'm about to sneeze, so you've been warned. Excuse me, sorry people, didn't mean to sneeze in your ear. Actually tried to get the microphone away and failed, so that should be 14%. And so all that does, and actually Krita went ahead and added a blank keyframe, but really what we want to do is go here, hit insert again. What we want to do now is get that in there. Yeah, that one. This is a pretty rapid tween, but got a little bit of noise there. Yeah, that's motion blurred, so no big deal. In here, we might have the same situation where we've got something that's going to be locked over a number of frames that maybe should be, yeah. Okay, so now I'm going to do the same thing again. Pretty useful technique. Just grab it, grab the stuff that needs to repeat, Control X, Control V. Little bit of a pain that you have to sort of do a couple little steps there to make it work. But yeah, actually that pretty well lasts through the rest of the shot. So Control E, make that down, and I think we're in pretty good shape. I would say here. I'm actually just going to add a second shadow layer again. 14. But here I'm going to just insert a key and then okay, that might be problematic. Let me do that again. I'm going to have to really try to trick it a bit. Yeah, that's okay. Going forward. That'll work. Okay, bake that down. Oh yeah, there was one other thing. Right there. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Believe it or not, I'm actually considering... I guess what I'll do is I'll just do erase. I think I can keep that from chattering if I'm super careful. And if it chatters, I may have to redo it a slightly different way. But I'm sensitive to chatter. Up, that one's going to be problematic. Yeah, I mean the chatter is there, but it's slight. And as long as we're here, having nothing but fun, why don't we go ahead and that little overlap over the pole does not matter. Okay, yeah, that's all I needed. Here, yeah, I don't know about that there, buddy. Let's just mod that a little bit. There we go. Probably here. Okay, so here we have a bit of a problem. This is, again, we kind of have the slight excuse that there's a lot of other stuff happening with his tail that's going to be commanding your attention, so probably any slight chatter on that won't matter. Kamara, hey Kamara. Don't remember seeing you here before. So you all said just like them tourists stealing monkeys. Well, that's for sure. That is for sure. That's exactly what it. Okay, so I can see a flaw that just popped up right there. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we just need to here we need to match that. I'm gonna solo the layer and turn on the onion skins, see if that does the trick. Yeah. So not in erase mode. What I should be able to do here is go like this and trace this onion skin. And oops. And I do believe that will get me pretty much to where I needed to be. Yeah, so there's a slight change on it, but that's perfectly fine. Okay, file, save. Now, let's render that and look at it in the show. Seems to me there was one other thing that I was going to do that I'm forgetting, but it'll come back to me if something jumps out that's not quite working here. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of feeling like that's pretty much where we need to be. Okay, what about that shadow over top of the bag right there? Boom, right there. That's wrong. That's wrong. How'd you miss that? Right there. Okay. That's pretty easy to fix. And actually we want the shadow there. And we don't want the shadow there. Pretty sure? Yeah, that's obnoxious. So I'm going to go ahead and erase these. Let's go through and persnickety details that probably there's jump through the hoops and sometimes not. In this case, because the bag is bouncing around, a little bit of chatter in the shadow is not going to matter. So, okay. I think we have arrived. I'm just going to render it and jump over there and see. And if everything's feeling right, we will Move on. Oh, the rim light. That's the other thing I was forgetting. Yes. Let's deal with the rim light. Okay, so this is going to be a bit of a trick. We don't have a way to do something like that in Vegas. Actually, it wouldn't, even if we did, it wouldn't be that useful because of the background. So, if we really, really want to do this, we've only got a 200 megabyte memory footprint here. So what I'm going to do is duplicate the layer and then just turn this version of it off, and then I'm going to hit Control E. I'm going to merge the layer. So I'm basically taking the whole monkey sequence and baking it down. Okay. Well, why would you do that? Here's why. Now I'm going to duplicate the layer. I'm going to do the same thing I did yesterday. I'm going to add a transform mask, hit the A key, and just move this down slightly like that. Okay. And then I'm going to flatten this layer. Now I'm going to add a shadow situation, create a filter mask. Once again, flatten the layer. Okay, now I'm going to alpha lock that layer to the other monkey layer, and now I can just dial it in, and it does suggest that this layer should probably be duplicated, I'm going to guess, in overlay mode. So we're going to kick up the brightness and saturation while dialing in this little bit of shadow, and just that quickly we have a pretty nice rim light situation. So I'm going to save my work, and I'm not even gonna look. I'm just gonna render it. Normally, if you have layer-based mods as opposed to filter-based mods, they tend to be pretty stable in terms of, you know, it's not that important to bake them down necessarily. But anyway, now we've got, yeah, look at that. That looks great. That looks good. Oh my goodness, that's what we're talking about. Okay, is it slightly oversaturated? Maybe. Let's go, while we're at the color corrector here already. So we maybe could dial the saturation down a little. Maybe dial the gain up a little. Gammas, yeah, gamma could probably stand to be choked a bit, but basically I think we've got our shot. Well done, you will, on the suggestion about his tail. I think that was definitely the right choice. Okay. Save that. Back to here. Okay. Your shadow's at a nice depth. Yeah, LOL, you wizard. Well, that's why I show this stuff, because now you can add it to your animations as well, right? Okay, so that's it for this shot. I'm gonna kill this, and I'm kind of feeling like let's just carry forward. Okay, so here we're going to just turn this down. We're going to be a little bit stricter, you might say, on this shot insofar as ink and paint is concerned. So I'm going to go ahead and turn on the symmetry mode. And for now, I'm going to plan on putting everything in its own layer. So I'll kind of try to nail the outline color pretty close. But since I think it's going to be on its own layer, we could always add a color correction to it or whatever. So Okay, N key. I guess that's the actual size. Probably should have my stabilizer on. Ooh, that was really, really wrong. Guess I should draw it from the right-hand side. Mel is pretty intent in this shot. Okay, we'll turn the symmetry off and allow a little bit of life and variation to sneak in. Oh yeah, actually, let's turn that back on. We don't want to forget about his headband. Kind of a key part of his costuming. Okay. Kind of feeling like let's redo this. Kind of feeling like that was not big enough. That's better. Okay, so we might as well patch the holes so that fill operations are going to work, because frankly, I'm going to be reusing this drawing quite a bit. Alright, so no harm in just filling those in. B key. I think I need to turn off my stabilizer. Okay, so this is one of those rare shots, I think, where I'm actually going to put in Mel's eye color. Normally, so what I'm doing is I'm using the freehand path tool, and once you can hit shift to constrain it to a circle, and then once it's in the zone, you hit the alt key and you can move it around to get it where you want it, and then poof. Okay, that was not what was supposed to happen. It was supposed to be filled. You silly goose. But that's okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to draw this over here so that I match the size, and then bring it over here, and of course we still need to fill it. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and, so I am actually working right directly in the main layer. I'm not putting it on another layer, so I guess we'll just kind of rock in that direction. No big deal. Boom, boom. How about some flesh tone for the boy? Well, his flesh tone's leaning towards a more Caucasian coloring, than some people in the show. Alright, I'm going to grab that. I'll just hit the G key. Since I'm in behind mode, I can just lasso everything and we'll fill in the stuff that's missing. In this case, I'm feeling frisky. I'm going to turn on this and smack this down to 12% and actually just bake some shadows in, except don't be stupid. You can't be in behind mode and expect that to work. Can you? Of course not. But you knew that. Okay, that was dumb. If you're going to do it this way, you have to be in alpha lock mode. Okay, let's turn that back off. And I would say this actually kind of works with the caveat that we need a second shadow layer, probably something like that. Not quite. Not quite. So actually, yeah, I think that did the trick. All right, so I'm going to insert a key right there so that I can go like this. Now what I'm going to do is actually put this under the sketch and probably turn it down a bit. Turn the sketch up. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so this paint layer, hit the A key, and I'm going to hit Shift, Control, and then I'm just a little bit cumbersome because I'm working backwards. And stuff. File, save. Okay, Kamaro, just a quick one. Do you make storyboards or have you become an expert so that things just flow? Oh no, I'm not an expert. If you look at the show, all of this, so this is episode 2, so obviously episode 1 is animated, although there are things that are being fixed. So you've got episode 2 here where I did the end of it first, actually. And so the stuff I'm working on more recently is the beginning of the show, of this episode. So there's the shot I'm working on right now, but all of this in between, all of this is storyboard. There's a storyboard with in the neighborhood of 800 drawings for episodes 1 and 2, which is, it's a 2-part pilot is what it is. So it's 48 minutes of show. So there's tons of storyboard. Now the storyboard does evolve. We've seen that just today where there's been some slight mods to the storyboard and what I wind up animating for mainly 2 reasons. One is that sometimes I just come up with a better idea and that that I want to run with, or the other reason would be sometimes when I I'm kind of like in that Disney movie frame of mind probably when I did the storyboard, so sometimes I come up with some ambitious ideas that in hindsight turn out to be there's nothing wrong with an ambitious idea if it really does contribute to the story and make it better. But if it's really no better, but yet it's overly complicated, a lot of times there's ways to improve the shot quite a lot. Or let's say there's a way to tell the story that's way easier to execute that is more simple, and yet surprisingly often it turns out to actually do a better job of telling the story. So I'm always kind of trying to wear my anime producer hat where I say what is the simple way to do this shot. Now this shot here is a hybrid of that in a sense, because the way he's walking is very, very, very simple. It's really only 2 drawings, forward and front, lean forward, leaning back with the shoulders. That's it. So his face only got drawn 1 time, right? So it's a very, very simple thing. But then using Blender and Tahoma, and Krita, I went ahead and animated the background and then had him slowly moving to the left across the screen. But a lot of times in anime, what you'll see is you'll basically see somebody moving, just bouncing basically. They don't even necessarily move their shoulders. A lot of times they're just going up and down, and then they just pan the background, and it works really, really well most of the time. So, if it works, why fight it, right? So, anyway. So now what I am going to do is I'm going to leave this in symmetry mode, and this is maybe going to look a little strange, but okay, the comically ridiculous curve interpolation, which is never useful, like ever, never wanted it one time, unfortunately is the default for that tool. So that is most unfortunate. Oops, I should have been in behind mode when I did that. Doo-doo. Okay, now that looks a little silly, but that's because we don't have the layering correct. So now what I'm going to do is actually, I'm going to go ahead and let my outlines lean towards the blue for this little bit right here. Okay, so we'll deal with the neck and the animation of this shortly, but for now let's just get this in here. So I am drawing in mirrored mode just because why not, right? So this is going to be like that and that. Okay, so now let's unsolo the layer and see what we're going to have to do over a couple frames here. Okay, so we're on frame 2. Here the body's no longer needed, so we might as well hit Control Insert here, and then what we need to do here is, gosh, in this case, I'm thinking we hit Shift and shrink it a little bit, and probably raise it up a little bit. Let's give that a try. And then here we would just hit Insert to get rid of it. So, yeah. But, okay, not bad, not bad. There's still quite a bit of work to be done with his facial expression and whatnot. But, so what I want to do now is mod the foreground, if you will, the head and neck. So I want to be on this layer, actually. And I'm just going to kludge this. I'm going to just kind of paint it in there and make it work. We have a little bit of latitude here because it's only on the screen for one frame. So I'm going to just do it like that, and then probably could go in here, give a little bit of shadow action to just kind of drive that home. Here I would say, actually similarly here, I'm going to actually grab the darker color and sneak it back behind here. Again, sort of just kludging a shadow situation as needed. And here we'll just paint over that, fill this in. So to kind of add to your Kamara's question, you do get faster, but I mean I've been doing this now for, as far as animating and occasionally and sometimes more frequently live streaming, for a couple years, and literally even still on a daily basis I'm learning little things that improve the workflow and or the quality of the work. So what are you going to do? It's always a learning experience. So there is hope in the sense that, yeah, you do get faster at it, and you tend to reach a place where you tend to make the right choices more often, but it's still always a learning experience for sure. And hence, I'm gonna say, okay, I'm gonna do something a little risky here. First thing let's do actually is let's bake this down. There's no reason for the head and the body to be separate in this shot. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hit the A animate tool in liquify mode, but I'm gonna switch it to, once I click on here, I'm gonna switch it to shrink mode in reverse, and hopefully this will work. So what I'm going to try to do here is just get a little bit of shrink and stretch. Yeah, that looks way better, definitely. That's crazy what a big difference that made. Okay, file, save. Okay, so now we're in the mode of dealing with the acting a bit. Okay, so rewind, boom. Okay, another thing we could do here, by the way, just for fun, is I'm gonna duplicate this little this frame, and then I'm also gonna liquify this, but I'm gonna grab the regular this change in attitude. That does not need to be on there anymore. Okay. So now there's a couple ways we could go. What I do sometimes would be like, for example, let's grab his eyes. Actually, I probably don't want to grab his headband, so I'm going to go ahead and grab his eyebrows and his eyes. I'll just tighten this up a bit. Okay, so now here's what we do. We go Control X, Control V. So now everything's fine up to this frame. But after this frame, we're doing some animation with his eyes, so why not isolate them on their own layer, right? And so here, now we've got a hole. Well, that's fine. We'll just solo this layer and hit the fill tool and fill that space in. And now when we unsolo it, the only issue that we see here is a little bit of issues with the shadow. So we'll just patch that up. And so now what we've done is we've given ourselves the ability to carry forward in a separate layer and leave the stuff that doesn't need to change. All by itself. Okay, and now what are we going to do with this? Well, step one. I am going to hit the liquify tool, and hopefully this will be okay. Okay. Sometimes there's some artifacts. It looks like in this case really not too much. So now what I want to do here is, since I'm potentially going to go up all the way to the headband, I'm going to try to crop that pretty close so that I can now do that. And again, like I said, just see how it looks, and then if there's artifacts, just fix them. Ba-doop, right? I find this way of working, you know, if you compare it, and by the way, yesterday was, if you weren't here yesterday, you look at yesterday's live stream, you'll see a quintessential example of what I'm talking about, where I did the entire shot by breaking the character apart into pieces and setting up a rig and using animate tools to create a hierarchy and all this stuff. And it took 5.5 hours, and then later in the day I did the same shot. I did a lot of it over again, more this way, just using the animate tools at hand to basically favor drawing instead of rigging. And the second version was really quite a bit better. And that's completely normal. I find that happens a lot of the time. Okay, so now question. Do we want to... What I'm going to do is just go forward one frame and see what I want to do with his eyes here. I don't want to Okay, yeah. So what I'm going to do here is, let me check something here. Okay, I thought I had an artifact, but I didn't. Okay, so let me think about this. What I want to do on this layer, see, this is the layer we're working with right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a selection of his eyes, and then I'm going to hit Control Shift I. And what that did was it reversed the selection so that actually what's selected is everything but his eyes. That way, you know, unless I've made a mistake here, but that way I can actually do this distortion. Okay, and it is not... Okay, it still can cover them up though, so okay, that's definitely something to be aware of. Okay, so I've got to be more delicate with my liquefaction. And then I may have to go in and I'll have to sort of fix that circle a bit, but that's no big deal. So if there's a takeaway from me, it's that I find very consistently that the tools and techniques that ostensibly are going to save you time actually usually take more time. In true measured, you know, you sort of log your workflow and see how long things took. You find out that the easy way is the hard way, and the hard way is the easy way. So I've come to embrace the idea that most of my time should be spent like just drawing and maybe doing like I'm doing here, where I'm sort of working interactively with the layers, but mostly it's really about just drawing and then patching the holes and fixing things. Okay, so probably a slight expression like that would be okay. So now, yeah, that's actually, I don't mind that being on 2 frames. I think I'll take it. Okay, good. So file, save. Boom. Okay, so now let's just think about this for half a second. Hey Ashnan, welcome. Welcome to the party, dude. So the question becomes, boom. Okay, so this whole shot is going to be about 32 frames long. I'll give it 36 just to give it a little bit of headroom, but I think let's go ahead and render it. We might as well 424 and cut it into the show just to see how it's flowing. That's definitely something I recommend, is understand that the editorial process, i.e. the process of editing, is at least as important as any other part of the process of creating a TV show or a movie or anything like that, of which I have done quite a bit. Okay. Recognize the power of your editing too. And so with that in mind, it's always a good idea to get your stuff cut into the show earlier rather than later, so that if something is not working, you're going to find out ASAP. Okay, so 424, there it is. Boom. Properties, we don't want any resampling going on. And now with that in mind, we can delete that storyboard image out of the show, and we might as well clean the project media pool. So now there's yesterday's shot that was ultimately redone. There's today's shot that I already did earlier today. Okay, yeah, so obviously we're staying on Monkey way too long. Bop, boom, end. Okay, let me make sure his tail's not still wiggling. Yeah, basically. Come on. Yeah. So this needs to stop, like, there. Boom. Bam. I love it. I love it. The acting is doing exactly what I wanted, so that's good. It's definitely got the vibe I was after. Okay, so now this shot is boom. Okay, so I actually planned to um, I actually think maybe is there really any reason not to bake down the eyes? I don't think so. I'm gonna hit Control E. So I tend to work pretty flat. There's a lot of value to keeping your work procedural, keeping your layers, so that when you have to go back and fix or tweak something, you can. But there's also a great value in kind of being courageous and working flat and saying, you know what, it looks right, it's working. Let's just flatten it down and or bake it down, as you might say. Another thing I'm seeing here, actually, I'm going to add another layer and add specular to his eyes, just 'cause I can. So what do I mean by that? In case you don't know, I'm going to grab this brush, and by the way, perfectly white. And I'm going to add some specular to the boy's eyes. And because it's on another layer, we can always, if it's a little too gratuitous, if it's standing out a little too much, we can always turn it down a bit since it's in another layer. Ah, I know what we need. I know exactly what we need. We need a blink. We're going to give him a blink here in half a second. Okay. What do we have here? Those don't need to change. So now the question is it too much? I would say so. So it belongs in there, but not necessarily quite so bright. So I'm going to turn that down and poof, bake it. I'm baking it. Okay, so now, boom, right here, I'm going to add another frame here, and I'm actually going to put it on this frame. So probably the E, might as well go to our color selector over here. And now what I want to do is just get the position, add a little bit of sketchiness to that. And frankly, I'm going to take this, go like that. Okay, I didn't get that color quite right. That's okay. I'm going to go like that, and now I'm just going to fix it. Go in and fix it. Easy peasy, right? Caveat that everything here now needs, that blink changes everything in terms of what's really called for timing wise. See, that's what we want. Bloom. Bloom. Okay. Now, it could be argued that because we're stretching our time out a bit, this might be the place to consider not having this two-step. So let's move that. We'll just copy over that. We can always hit undo. Boom. 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 I'm tossed on this one. I would say it's probably a wash. But I don't know. It feels a little more lifelike with the two steps, so I'm going to leave that. Save our work. Okay. Boom. Alright, so I'm checking some things over here on our timing. Okay, back here. Alright, so now the question really that arises is whether it's smart and or appropriate to even have the additional acting in separate layers. The answer is not sure. Probably a bad idea. It generally turns out to be a bad idea. Why am I not seeing Monkey though? There he is. because Krita's being silly. Okay. I definitely prefer the color version. Sometimes, sometimes the pencil test is better. It just depends. But his characterization's slightly off. Now on the wide shot, it's not. That's a little off. That isn't. That really looks like him. So, just kind of something to be aware of. But basically, if we're going to here, then what we need to do is take this and bop that downstream. And now there's that. This would be a 2. Let me see this. Actually, I'm going to look at this here in the... I'm going to see what happens if we actually just do a flip. I think that's going to work. So that, again, this is a great example of where just experimenting can really inform the work, because, see, that's all we need. Boom. So we actually only have to draw his head one time, in other words. And then we flip it. So you'd be surprised how often that works. It works, to quote, thanks you all, I appreciate that. I appreciate your input. You've had some good ideas the last week or so. But yesterday, I had the parallax backwards. Okay, I kid you not, guys. This is terrible. So in this shot, the signpost was moving more quickly than the farther away background, and I was insisting to Darren T, who has a great OpenToonz Tahoma channel, and we were friends, and he was saying, Dave, really the sign should be moving faster. And you know what? I actually have wrecked this shot again. I didn't realize that until just now, but I actually have to fix this again. Okay, so we have the same problem we had before. The background's supposed to be panning by more slowly, and right now I've got it sped up again. That's easy to fix, but the other thing I did, which didn't come up yesterday, was I added a lot of details, because I had motion blur in that shot. And so now I've added a bunch of details, like the trays of goodies on the street for sale or whatever, and the highlights, the specular highlights on the windowsills and the doors and stuff, and then just made it slightly out of focus, because when my son watched it, he immediately flagged the fact that the background had way too much motion blur on it. So, we're always learning. Okay, so actually I want to fix that problem right now. That's a pretty big problem. And here's how we're going to fix it. So this is shot 421, and as I say, I kind of botched it. So what is going on is, okay, so here's how we're going to fix it. Let's go to Blender. So I've gotten so that, if you look at the animation deficiencies in Krita, the simple solution generally is to just go ahead and do a quick render of animated or image elements to file, load them into Blender and animate them, or you can do it in Tahoma as well. So what we've got going on right here is we're just simply making too much progress. And so if we take this keyframe and stretch it downstream, that's going to slow it down. Now the downside to all this is that it will have to be re-imported into Krita, but no big deal. So I'm pretty sure I baked the color correction and the defocusing. I'm pretty sure I baked that in. So that means we jump over here to shot number 421. And so the problem I'm describing is that right now this background is panning by too quickly, and the solution is to re-import the background. I'm just going to delete this because it's wrong, right? So what we do is we import animation frames, and then we're going to add images. I'm actually adding them from this temp folder. Control A, open. That's it. Okay, so Krita will import them, and then I just have to check and see if I actually got it slowed down enough. Watch, it'll be way too slow. Now they're almost matched. Okay. This is almost a creepy situation here, too. Because the fact that we're moving... Yeah, we're just going too far. The problem is that being at 8 frames a second, it feels a little choppy. So it's not slow enough. Sorry. So this is where it gets a little clunky. Okay, which instance of this? I guess it would be this one. Okay. So, again, by just dragging this downstream, you know, again, the problem is that this is a fairly choppy movement. But, you know what? We're going to have to live with it because I'm not going to change everything to be 24 frames a second or 12 or anything else. So just render it out, and then we will take another look and see if we did a little better this time. So it is a little clunky having to re-import, see if it worked, and if it didn't work, re-render. But on balance, oh no, oh no, that was not supposed to happen. Oh my gosh, that's bizarre. So yeah, that's my mistake. Did I not import animation frames? So what's happening right now is Krita is literally loading every single one of those images separately, which, you know, this is a topic that has come up quite a bit recently, which is, you know, just marveling at how many mistakes I make. I started keeping track yesterday, the day before, and in the space. I mean, like I was averaging a mistake every 30 seconds. I mean, it was astounding how many mistakes I make. Pretty crazy. So I'm going to close all, and unfortunately, it's not going to do me any good to save anything. So open recent. Okay, and so now it's listing all of these files. Oh my. Pretty annoying. Pretty annoying. But you know what? I have one saving grace in my life. And that is that I have realized that I am, in fact, very, very, very tenacious. And I'm not. I tend not to give up, actually, that easily. I'll give up for a short time, actually. But, yeah, so this is the one that was whacked. In fact, we're just going to get rid of that. And now we're going to try again here. I must have just hit open instead of import animation frames. Just moving too fast, man. So we're going to LTemp. Grab these guys. Now import them. That's what we were trying to do. That's more like it. Looks pretty good. Let's see what we've got. Alright. Play. There we go. Yep. That's what we were trying to do. I actually like that better with the now the only catch is 421. Delete that. Yes, 421. So let's... Oh, that's wrong. It's wrong. Okay, how do I know it's wrong? Because Krita should have warned me that we were copying over um, stuff that was already rendered earlier. So that means we stop everything, literally stop everything, find out what the heck went wrong, and I know what went wrong. When this was originally rendered out of Blender, it doesn't have a period, it's got an underscore. Okay, so here's the fix. We have to come over here and quite literally delete all these images, re-render. Okay, now this time it didn't warn us because I just deleted them all, so we weren't overwriting them. But what that did for me is now we've got these images back in here, and if we switch back to our editor, which is Vegas, it should be correct now. Yep. And so now we need to, and now can we, now that's actually, it's good that I just watched that without really thinking, because it bled right into this shot. And for me, I have to say, do we really need to change this shot because the house is pink? No, definitely not. But it's a static image, so it's only going to take 1 minute to fix. So let's fix it. So this is shot number 422. We'll close this up for now. This can be saved. File, save. Let's open up 422. Boom. Anime. Salt and light. Scenes. 422. There it is. And what we're going to do is we're going to just take the background and do a color correction. So let's hit Control M. And the simplest solution would be to just do a hue rotation, but of course that's going to change the door. So I want to look at their... Okay, so the door that's behind him now is quite a bit darker as well. So I guess what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to do 2 steps. So hue rotation to tan. Tan-ish. Let me just see. Probably that is... I need to look at the previous shot over here in the editor. And yeah, it was pretty much yellow. Okay, so that's fine. So there it is. And now we're going to take the... I'm actually thinking here that I'm going to pull up my brush presets and make sure my my little Q-tip filter, yeah, this guy right here, I'm going to assign that to tag Dave, and there it appeared. This is quite a useful little filter. Or, well, it's a brush, really, but you turn the opacity down, it just gives you a really controlled blur. Definitely quite useful. Okay, so now what do we need to do? Well, what we need to do is we need to grab this entire region. And now we'll do another curves operation. I don't think I want to make it quite as extreme as what I was seeing in the background on the walking shot. But we do need to turn it down a bit. And that's fine. That's just going to make Monkey pop out in the shot better anyway. So now it could be argued, having done that though, that another quick pass with the blur brush will certainly help a bit. So there's that, and we're done. We've fixed the shot. This is again 422. So we just change our render settings with the caveat that this one is back to our standard methodology, which is to use a period, not an underscore. So this should complain, and it did, and that means we know everything's working properly. And if we jump back to Vegas, we should have a nice smooth transition, and the colors are now correct. Boom, look at that. Nice. I like it. Okay. We're happening. Things are grooving right along. Okay. So we got 8 people here, but the only one who's saying anything, I don't think Darren and Maria are around right now because they got things to do today. So we got 8 concurrent viewers. So my question is, 2 questions, guys. Number 1, who are you and why are you here? What are you here for? I'm very seriously curious about that. I've been asking that a little bit recently, and I've been pleased that the answer is the answer I would want to hear, but I'm not going to tell you what that answer is because I don't want to seed the discussion with my expectations. But I am curious at what you guys, who are you and what are you here for specifically? What are you wanting to see or learn or whatever? Okay, so there's that. Got that down. Okay, so yeah, we're going to deal with Mel. We're going to go ahead and rock and roll on this shot. Really, really, folks, I can talk. I really can. Okay, so we need to get the right brush. Not the blur brush, silly. The pencil. And hit the Q key. And with the Q key quickly like this, that tends to do the trick. I hit GE to go into freehand path tool in erase mode. If it wasn't in erase mode, you get this. But you hit the E key, it gives you the ability in Krita to essentially have a lasso eraser, which I tend, like when I'm in OpenToonz or Tahoma, I always use a lasso eraser. It's just my favorite way to erase. And erasing is something that comes up kind of a lot in animation. So, might as well use what you... Oops, that's a little lunky, isn't it? Use what you like. Do it your way. Do it the way that makes you happy. But the important thing, as Brian Tracy would say, is do it now. Do it now. Do it now. Don't postpone. Don't wait. Don't procrastinate. Do it now. Yeah, Brian Tracy really does say that. You say, who's Brian Tracy? He's kind of like a business guru kind of guy. Back in the 90s when I was getting into business, I remember back then there was these crazy little things called cassette tapes. So back then you had cassette tapes. This was before the days of CDs. Well, we did actually have CDs then, but it was before DVDs. And so if you wanted to get business-related advice and instruction, it was typically on cassette tapes. And Brian Tracy's cassette series was called The Psychology of Selling. Really, really good series. I've always liked Brian Tracy as far as gurus go, as far as business. Very matter of fact. It wasn't about hyping you up. It was about just giving you good information about what works and what doesn't work. If you do this, you'll get this result. If you do that, you'll get that result. And generally, Brian, I've got enough years behind me now to know that actually Brian turned out to be right most of the time. So, alright, so here, I'm going to go ahead and put this little border in there in his shirt. And I'm going to flip the canvas since I'm going to be flipping his head. And that's exactly what I thought. Golly, totally freaking lopsided here, people. How come somebody didn't warn me about that? Listening to you while playing Doom 1993. Oh man, Barry, that's cool. We were just talking about that. I've never been a big game player, okay? But I did play Doom back in the day, and I remember when I learned what's the hotkey combination? It's something like DFGH or something, that if you hit these 4 keys, all of a sudden you have like unlimited power. That was always fun. Because I sucked at it so bad, I never bothered learning to be good. So hence I was just fine with using the cheats. Oh, come on, Dave. So that's not perfect, but what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna use Liquify to drag things around. This is where, you know, frankly, life in Blender is a little easier because you can do these things and there's no degradation to the image. With the liquify tool, you do get a little bit of, it does degrade the lines a little bit. They blur out slightly, but I don't know if I've ever seen a case where it actually mattered in terms of what winds up on the screen for the audience, so I don't usually sweat it too much. If I need it, I use it. Okay, so let's go here. What did we say we were going to do? Yeah. If you look at what I call the background, it's really a sketch. That's what we're doing right now. This is one of those cases where I actually like the way his hair was up right there, but golly, it really is not. I wonder if there's a middle ground here. That explains why I did it the way I did it, is because I was kind of following the sketch. So I just want to see if there is, as I say, sort of a middle ground here. That's probably better-ish. Yeah, I think so. Alright, I'm not going to put in the second shot or the second drawing because I'm just going to have to erase it anyway. Okay, that was not supposed to happen because I need to get the color in there first, so that's probably better. Okay, let's color this boy. Alright, so let's go back here and we'll steal that color right there. That's the actual local color of his skin. Actually, let's do his eyes first. We'll get them in there. So I'm going to go ahead and smack it on the same layer. So I'm hitting the G key so I can use the freehand path tool, but I'm going to go Shift Alt Q so I'm in behind mode, and that way any color that I put on is going to be put behind the ink lines. Okay, now that I've done that, I can go ahead and sample this flesh tone right there and just hit the fill tool, and it's going to do everything we would hope and expect. Now here, let's go back here to probably actually right there, and we'll steal these colors. Let's get this one first, actually. Boom. And now let's zoom way in. Grab that color. And not bad. But now with the G key, because we're in behind mode, I can make a lasso like that to catch these little corners. And because it's in behind mode, there's no danger of accidentally covering up something that's already been colored. So quite convenient. Let's go back here, grab that color, boom. This is going to be a simple fill tool, and then his main local color of his hair. Now, let's bake in some shadows. Let's bake in some shadows, baby. Alright, and again, I don't always do it this way. Sometimes I have all kinds of layers going on, but in this case, I'm feeling a little bit bold, so I'm just going to go to black. I am going to do alpha lock, and so now this is what, and by the way, that needs to be in normal mode, so you can see what happens. It locks it to the character. The alpha lock does. That's what this little button does. But we want to set our opacity to about 12%. So 1, 2. And now let's just see what we can do with this. I am going to give him a bit of shadow here. Definitely a bit of shadow here. Just wrap that right around like that. Here, I want to make a real clear distinction on his neck, and we're going to be cutting his whole head and replacing it. Now, flipping it actually is what we're doing. So I'm going to go ahead and put a double level of shadows here and just see if it looks right. It looked good in the close or the straight on shot. I'm not sure if it's going to work here. But yeah, I would say, I would say let's add that after we flip his head. And I'll show you why. And it's because of the light. The light's, if the light's coming down this way, then we don't want to do the double shadow yet. This is a big, actually a huge part of what I've been learning lately with animation is as long as you do things in the right order, you want to be constantly thinking about the order in which you're doing stuff. A, mirror horizontal. And seems to me, and here and it actually makes sense. So when he comes over here, what you're going to see is something, well, probably like that. But that doesn't quite sell the idea. So I'm going to say, let's give him a little bit of shadow under his nose. Probably that's okay. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Okay. In all likelihood, an eye blink from this side would probably be a good idea. So now let's go in and let's patch things up and fix them. So step one is going to be right here. We're going to grab this color and just paint it in. Boom. Except you don't want to be in alpha lock mode, and you definitely don't want to be in behind mode. If you're in alpha lock mode, obviously it literally can't. Okay, what's going on? Oh, our opacity. So I was talking about mistakes earlier. There's 2 mistakes in a row. Boom, boom, boom. Nothing but mistakes going on here. But it is what it is. The question is, what do you do when you make a mistake? Do you get all discouraged and bummed out and just cry like a baby? Which I've been known to do. Or do you focus on what you are going to do to solve it so you can continue moving forward? That is the question. It is a very important question for you to answer. Here, I am again postulating. I'm going to add an extra frame just because if it doesn't work, I haven't lost anything. So, but normally when you have a head turn or some rapid change of expression, usually there's a, I mean in the real world too, you know, there's usually a blink there. So why don't we just embrace the constraints of reality? And accept the fact, well, I probably shouldn't have put that shadow in there, but okay. So let's give it a crack. Let's give it a crack here. See what we have. Rewind. Save. Boom. Boom. Okay, I'm feeling like maybe a slight anticipation there would be nice. First of all, let's find out what happens if we take that key out. We're not gaining much by taking it out, I wouldn't say. Okay, so for lack of a better idea, I'm going to do this the crazy way. Okay, hold on. That key is not back in there. I meant to hit the Z key. There we go. Okay. I'm going to just try it a couple different ways. So first thing I'm going to do is liquefy in, actually, in rotate mode. And we want to focus this on his head. And he's going to be rotating to the left, so we don't want reverse. Reverse starts with R, and right starts with R. So when you hit reverse, it's going to rotate to the right. What we want to do is rotate to the left, so we're going to leave it. And that is way too much. So we want just enough to create a little anticipation. I don't know if it worked. Oh, I'm going to crank it up a bit. Just to see. Why not? It's not going to hurt anything to try. That I liked, actually. Boom. Boom. Yep, anticipation. I'm not seeing it. Okay. And then here, I want to make a correction. B key. I'm just going to make that bigger. And I really want to just kind of thicken his neck up just a bit. Just a bit, people. Little bit of a neck thickener uppener. Did I say thickener uppener? I meant to say thicker upper. Thicker upper, people. It's time to thicker upper. Save. Okay, I have to say, stuff you're doing with Monkey looks so good. Fun to work with that fill color tool. Thanks. Okay. Things are working. I'm going to let this loop. I'll be back in 2 minutes. And we're going to keep rocking, man. We're rocking. I'll be right back. So, we still have 9 viewers. And my lovely woman, who just strolled by in the background, we were chit-chatting about an interesting insight I had this morning that I think is quite relevant to creative people. It's relevant to everything about life. So this is where I get deep. And it's the idea that a lot of shows, the one I thought of was Moonlighting, which is a pretty old 80s show. But it's been done in many, many, many shows. It's this idea. Okay, I need to think about Monkey here a little bit. I think what I'm going to do now is delete this whole layer because I'm not really satisfied with what I did with Monkey. So I think I'm going to stop there as far as following the... I'm going to still have a layer for a sketch, but I'm just going to kind of start all over. But the idea, the relevant, significant, profound thought that I had. Well, in Moonlighting, what you had was you have the driver on the show that you got this relationship between two people who, throughout the whole course of the show, particularly in this case, the guy, which was played by Bruce Willis on that show. But again, this has been done many times. But it's the idea that there's this sexual tension or angst where one character is secretly in love with the other, and basically what happens is they can't or won't admit, you know, mainly the stopper is always fear. It's always a fear that you can't have what you want. Okay? And in TV shows, what invariably happens is that once they finally go ahead and give into it, the writers, I mean, and reveal, you know, the couple finally gets together, right, or something like that. Basically, the show's over at that point. In every case I can think of, that ends the show, because it turns out that this element is the driver that makes a show work. And what's sad about that is that is a profoundly dysfunctional behavior, extremely dysfunctional behavior. There's basically nothing good about it. Because when you have that sort of angst, what you're doing is you're taking what you want in your life, what you wish you had, or the way you wish things would go, and you're refusing to admit what you want. And the reason you don't admit what you want is because you're afraid you can't have it. Okay? So this is a really, really well-used motif in drama and comedy. And for a while there, I thought that what's at issue here is deciding what you want. You know, you just have to figure out what you want. That's not the problem. For most people, I think the problem is admitting what you want. You know, deep down inside, you know what you want. You know, in my case, you know, I want to make cartoons, right? Well, you have to admit what you want, and then once you've admitted it, in other words, once you've told the truth, then you can decide what you're going to do about it. What you're going to, you know, what's your action going to be. But it's hugely important for, I think, you know, it could be just me, or it could be creative people in general, but basically the problem that we have, I use the word we loosely, is that we don't believe we either deserve, or, you know, it could be because of the things our parents told us. You know, there's a million reasons, but basically we don't deserve that, or we don't believe we can have what we actually want. And so you'll go through life refusing to admit what you actually want. It's stupid. Better to admit it as soon as possible, and if you know, if the universe is going to say nope, you can't have it, better to find out as soon as possible and redirect your redirect your energies elsewhere. Okay, so monkey's expression is kind of wrong here. Um, but that takes a bit of courage because I've talked about this before. But this is the main problem in life across. This has implications in politics, certainly in what you're going to achieve or do in your life. Absolutely, for sure, in relationships, which is where you see it in shows and movies. So we're talking about a really powerful driver that is an ongoing motif that you see over and over again that is actually a really, really, really negative aspect of, of being a person. It's exactly how you don't want to behave if you want to ever be able to do what you want to do. So you could get a little esoteric with it and say, well, yeah, sort of it's sort of like the universe. The universe does in fact give you what you want, but it's not that the universe gives you what you want. It's that the universe gives you what you ask for and what you sort of demand, what you say, I am determined to have this. You're not going to demand anything until you've had the courage to admit that it's what you want and that you accept the fact that, yes, in fact, you can have it. You do deserve it. It's no big deal. Never was a big deal. But because you thought it was a big deal, for you, it was a big deal. Not just a big deal, it was actually a stopper. I'm trying to be careful here because I've got a tangent not in my speech, but tangent here. That little zone right there, if his arm perfectly matched where the jaw was, that would be kind of stupid. You don't want tangents like that in cartoon. So it's very, very, hey, golden slime. So it's very important to be willing to admit what you actually want, what you actually want to do. This is one of the reasons why I ask people, and nobody's answered so far today. The reason I ask, why are you here? Why are you watching my channel? Because I'm going to just delete this. I think it needs to disappear that quickly. So it's only on the frame or on the screen for one frame. All right, so let me just check this. Boom. G key, E key, get rid of that, get rid of that. Control Shift A, or wait, yeah, Control Shift A so there's no selection. B key, not in erase mode. Get the big teeth thing going on. Okay, that was lame. I'm going to redo that. People, especially young people, of course, when you think about, I want to be an animator, I want to be a cartoon, this is what I want to do. I mean, this is what makes me happy, right? I have fun doing it, and I want to have fun. I want to just be my creative self and do what I'm capable of, realize my potential. A lot of people, I've certainly been a victim of this, they can't have what they want, and that's because they're not really committed to wanting it and asking for it, demanding it, if you will. But it's very important. Boom. Boom. Okay. I want him to be... I'm going to put it on another frame just because maybe that will be useful. But I suspect not. But we'll just block it in and see what we have. Not too bad. So I would encourage, as I've done with my son, it's probably one of the few things I've really done well in life, is I feel like I've guided my youngest son especially in the right direction, although all my kids have done just fine, in life or whatever. But Um, I don't want I don't want young people to struggle with angst that comes from a dysfunctional place because they don't really believe that they're allowed to do or have what they actually want. So it starts with being real truthful about what's important to you. Okay, so maybe in this case, I'll just use the liquify tool to kind of exaggerate this a bit. Oops. Okay, the liquify tool is in rotate mode still, so. So again, we're getting real cartoony with it here. But I think I'm going to render this and just kind of see how it feels in the show. Let me think about this. Maybe one frame of hold on that bag. Yeah. Yeah, one frame would do the trick. Boop, bop. It's got to be enough for the audience to digest, but it's got to be short enough that Mel could credibly not notice the bag. Okay, and then question, is Monkey's characterization here quite right? I think we're okay. Let me flip this, and I mean, his mouth is really exaggerated, but I think it's probably appropriate to the shot. He's playing a bit of a role here, right? So I don't know if this stuff's useful to people, but I do think about it because it was not until in life I began to both believe and then act on what I really truly wanted that I actually started to get what I truly wanted. What's bugging me about this is I'm feeling like, yeah, I'm feeling like that needs to be. And I actually think that, you know, people have different ways of looking at it. Like, is it God? Is it just the universe, just the way things are? You know, what is it? Okay, so I'm not even going to try to answer that question. Everybody can answer that for themselves. But there does seem to be a thing to it. So we'll call it the universe, where the universe is basically paying attention, saying, "Yeah, you can do what you want. You can have what you want. You can achieve what you want. But if you're going to play this game where you're going to say, you know, the worst thing is that you satisfice. In other words, you come up with something that you think is permissible that's kind of a okay proxy for what you really want to do, and you chase after that because it's safe. It's safe. There's no risk of finding out that you're going to be badly, badly disappointed in life, right? What we don't realize is that our disappointments are created almost 100% by ourselves. That's what's crazy about it. That's why I say it's a terrible dysfunctionality. It's a terrible, the fact that it is such a prevalent driver for drama and comedy is in a sense kind of sad too. This needs to be 424, yes, not 422. Because you're talking about a very effective driver of drama that is in fact a horrible way to live your life. So we're going to have to reinsert this image sequence. Of course, you could kludge it in the show by just adding the last still image from the sequence on, just tag it onto the end of the clip. But yeah, I think we're in good shape here. So Mel turns around and says, "Hey, beat it," which Monkey complies. And I like it. The pace of this stuff. Thanks, Vari. I appreciate that. Well, you know, I've been around the block. Probably, I would venture to say, I've been actually surprised how many people there are that are paying attention to my channel who are actually either my age or even older. Um, but I venture to say there's probably a lot of young people that check in, and frankly, if I can steer you in the right direction, I want to steer you in the right direction. Because in my experience, it's just the crazy thing is it's actually true. The universe does give you what you ask for, but you have to be willing to tell the truth about what it is you really want. And then what happens is, and think about it, in practice, forget the universe, forget God, forget fate, forget all this stuff, and just think about it practically. If you don't believe in yourself, then what are you going to do? You're gonna engage in all these defensive behaviors to protect yourself from disappointment. So of course you're gonna get exactly what you ask for. The point is, whether you get what you really want or not, either way, you got what you asked for. You got precisely what you insisted on. Now there are exceptions. There are people, not so much in the United States, frankly, but in other parts of the world where truly the circumstances of life are way bigger and more egregious than what you can just overcome, through force of will or, positive thinking or any of that crap. But at the same time, it can also be said that most people's aspirations tend to reflect their environment. So in other words, you tend to set goals or want goals that are pretty consistent with what is within your world of possibilities based on what you've experienced or learned in life. So there's sort of a natural balancing act that goes on there. Okay, so somebody... Well, I'm not even going to try to think of an example, but, it might be something ridiculous like, somebody who is on the streets in Myanmar right now probably isn't thinking about their great dream to become a great astrophysicist or something, right? But but it could still happen, actually. Okay, so let's see. What do we want to do here? I'm kind of sick of ink and paint. So what I think I'm going to do is, let's get some backgrounds in here, and let's just deal with backgrounds for a bit. This should be fun, and I'm going to kind of put on my painter hat now. Okay, so step one. Let's put in an animation key because this is going to have to be animated. Okay, step one is going to be a sky. Now he's going to go one. The background is going to move, but it's not going to move much because he's closer to the camera. So I don't know if you guys understand or know this, but one thing about, let me maybe explain it this way. Okay, so there's something about cameras that's worth being aware of. Okay, so if let's just say this is a 50mm lens, and by contrast, this is a, let's just say that's a 20mm lens. Okay, so this is a very wide lens. So this is taking in much more of the background, and this is taking in much less of the background. So if your character is here, then on the 20mm lens, your character from the same distance away, the same starting position, here your character is going to be about this big on the screen, but from the vantage point of the 50mm lens, your character would be about this big on the screen. That's probably not too far off of being an accurate breakdown of what that would actually look like looking through a lens. So the thing you want to consider is a couple things. Number one, and I've done this, if you go on Amazon Prime and look up a movie called Clerical Errors, which you guys can do right now if you want to. That's a movie that I wrote, directed, edited, wrote the music, the whole deal. Okay. Well, that movie the whole thing was shot at 17mm. So the whole thing was shot with a short lens. And the reason I did that is because if you look closely at movies, what you'll find is that comedies tend to be shot with a short lens because you get exaggerated perspective. You get a slight at that lens length on a crop frame camera, or on a regular full frame camera, you're talking about 24mm. It's basically going to look the same, depending on whether you've got a full frame camera or a crop sensor camera. Okay, but bottom line is you're in that 20mm kind of range. Okay. Well, the point I'm getting at is this. Your character is, in our case, what is our character doing? He's walking along and then he's going broom like that. So here's the camera. And way back here is the background. So let's just put a building in the background. Okay, so what's happening here is that this character, relative to where the camera is, he is a decreasing proportion of distance away from that camera. So even if the camera's moving toward him, okay? So even if the camera's zooming in, which you could argue that it is in this shot, so the camera's moving in, but he's also stepping toward the camera, right? Well, in this scenario, what's happening is the proportion of distance that he is from the camera is cutting down to a much smaller proportion than the proportional distance that the background is from the camera. So even though the camera is moving, it's not just the character that's moving. So it would look a little different if it was a locked camera shot. Okay? But even though the camera's moving, the proportional change, let's go hit the B key. So the proportion of change, the percentage change from here to here for the character is quite great. You've killed half the distance here. Whereas if the camera went from here, so even if the camera moved from here to here, you've still cut about half the distance. Whereas relative to this building far in the background, you've only taken away about maybe 10%, maybe 20% of the distance relative from the camera to the background. Why do I explain that? Because what that means is that while the camera's moving, the background is relatively going to change only a little bit. And that's exaggerated even more in this case because the character is actually, he himself is moving and stepping closer to the camera. Okay? So the background's going to change size a little bit, but only a little bit. So we can functionally treat our background as a static image in this case for the most part. Okay, positive thinking is wrong. It's for young children. Positive thinking is wrong. It's for young children. Okay, so I'm not sure what Golden Slime's saying there. I would guess that let me try to rephrase what you're saying and you tell me if I'm right. So I think what Golden Slime might be saying is that some of the things I said just a bit ago are a little off track. That's kind of childish. It's not like there's not like this magic that goes on where you can sort of decide what you're going to get in life and all this kind of thing. And that type of thinking is only for young children. Is that basically the point you're making? And I'll leave that out there for the moment just to see if I'm understanding Golden Slime's angle. Because he didn't say you're wrong. He just made this comment, so I don't know if I'm reading the comment right. It's a totally legitimate comment, though. I mean, I'm not going to start a fight. I think it's worth considering all angles. Okay, why don't we put the background in a group so we can put some clouds up there as well. And I'm going to stop soloing the layer. So now we've got nice atmospheric perspective where it gets a little lighter as you go down. That's the way the ground really works. So this is kind of cool because all we need to do is put a little indication of a building on either side here, and we basically got our shot. For the most part, the camera's under him, looking up. So we're gonna really have to move the ground very, very little. Which does suggest, by the way, that in this case, it might not be the worst idea ever to put the clouds on their own layer and actually animate them a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the opacity down. I tried to explain in English. Yeah, go ahead and, take your time take your time, GS, and explain it however you want. I'm more than happy to get your take. You know, I think it's all good. And I understand that the language barrier can make it a little bit challenging sometimes to sort of get your thoughts across. Uh, while I'm kind of waiting for that, I will say that, you know, uh, I'm not big on a lot of rah positive thinking stuff. Um, let me explain it this way. To to arrive where I've arrived at in terms of the way I see these things has taken many years of rigorous self-examination, asking myself, you know, why do I do what I do, feel what I feel, think what I think, want what I want, fear what I fear. I've had to really go through a process that, as I say, it's been rigorous to, um, and so my basic conclusion is that you can't really sort of wake up unless you do some serious, you could say, bodybuilding for a long time. And so um, I do relate it to building muscle. The sad reality is you can only build muscle so fast, and psychological or emotional health is the same way. It's kind of sad because sometimes people recognize that they kind of got some growing up to do, and then that's the good news. The bad news is it's going to actually take some time and effort, kind of a long time, to master it, to really kind of figure it out. It just is what it is. And my general conclusion at this point would be that like mastery of any skill, it takes about 8 years. It takes 2 years to kind of have it down pretty good to where you're competent, and most people would think you're competent, but it actually takes closer to 8 years to actually master something. And you can accomplish a lot in any discipline after, you know, 2 years or even just basic training, um, and do fine in the world. You know, mastery is not actually always that important in all reality. So, you know, again, it sort of depends on what you want, what you're trying to do. Because sometimes, you know, if you're happy, like for example, I don't think that being I don't think being an expert or, you know, is actually that important for a lot of people. Meaning that if you're happy, if you're just okay at what you do, let's say, you're not like, you know, people wouldn't necessarily consider you an expert or whatever, but you're happy and enjoying the ride, then who cares? You know, honestly, who cares? The point for me is nobody else should be telling you what you should think is important. It's up to you to decide. And it's all good. This is looking pretty good. I think Golden Slime is talking about wishful thinking, thoughts based on hopes and dreams that aren't grounded in reality. Maybe. Yeah, and I think that to a degree you have to certainly temper your aspirations, um, against what is reasonably possible for you. You know, that's kind of what I was saying about Myanmar. You know, for some people, there are truly limitations that are. It is what it is. Um, so if we're going to do something with the clouds, the way that would look is we'd hit the animate tool, and we probably stretch them a little bit. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to do just the tiniest. If it moves enough that I can tell it moved at all, then it's moved enough. That would be my assessment. So I'm just going to do this. It's a great example of where doing it the hard way and just not wanting any fancy schmancy animation tools, but just being happy to hand tool it is just fine. So yeah, wishful thinking can be stupid, actually. I I knew a guy who went through a divorce, and his ex-wife, for years, was telling her kids that we're gonna. You see that really big mansion up there on the hill. You see that big house. This is in Nashville, Tennessee area. There was in fact a really badass house on the hill. Um, one day we're gonna live in that house, or we're gonna live in a house just like that. And she would tell her kids this. Oh, okay. Well, the problem is she certainly wasn't doing anything in her life to get there. It was just something she told her kids. So it served as a very temporary, very piss poor psychological dividend for herself to make her feel better about the fact that she wasn't going to live in the house on the hill. Not that living in a big house is all that important either, because it's certainly not. Okay, so on this frame, gosh, for lack of a better idea, I think what I'll do is just shrink the clouds back in like this, move them up a little bit, and then flip it. And I don't particularly like that. I'm going to say, let's kind of go like up there like that. Well, I don't like that at all. Boy, that looks pretty bad. So I'm going to just, there we go. That's more like what I was talking about. Okay, so now these might be moving too much, so let's just see. Nah, I mean, that's probably okay. That's probably okay. Not horrible. So it's wrong because you have to try to get something and don't say I will do it because I think positive. Oh yeah, I couldn't agree more. That's what I was saying. The mental and emotional part is admitting what you really want. So a lot of what I'm talking about has to do with the topic of what we call shame. It's the idea that you're not deserving. Okay, it's because of things your parents told you, or maybe because of some trauma you went through, mistakes you've made in the past for whatever reason. It's the problem of telling yourself that you're not deserving of whatever it is that you think you want. And you have to be able to first admit that there's something there that you care about. And of course my message to that person is that that's fine. It's okay to like what you like, or care about what you care about, or want to do what you want to do. It's all good. That actually looks kind of cool. I'm gonna roll with that, and then just rotate this maybe around here a little bit. So I didn't expect that to work using the cloud brush, but I actually kind of think it looks kind of cool. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch brushes to, I think, this rough pencil thing. Okay, I'm going to sample that color, but then I'm going to turn it into a really sharp highlight. Okay, but we need to crank the opacity back up. And this needs to be even brighter. This needs to be almost white. So what we're doing here is we're saying let's let these rooftops, I guess that brush is not working. Let's just go straight up white and see what happens. So okay, so in my case, I'm making a cartoon, and I intend to distribute the cartoon, and I literally plan to, in all likelihood, do this entire series. So that's a fairly ambitious goal, right? But man, oh man, if I did not, I mean, obviously I have to do the work. There's a lot of work that one has to do to get from here to there. Oops, that was not what was supposed to happen. Let's hit the E key. Okay, so it's not actually transparent. There we go. That's feeling pretty good. Yeah, that's really all we need. Now, I would like to add one more thing, though. I'm going to go here just to add a little bit of a spark to this. I'm going to take this color put that behind there. Okay, and that shows me a little flaw, by the way, right there. I'm just going to kind of draw those in there. So it's kind of a sort of a chimney kind of thing going on back here. And then maybe on this one, we'll put just a, like a dual. Yeah, that's cool. Just a little something. Obviously, you have to act to make something happen, not just dream about it. No, but to be fair, the dreamy part is kind of important, actually, I think. You can, because that's part of getting clarity about what it is you're really trying to do. So again, the camera's moving closer here. So the question is, would the building move closer or further away? And I think we would want the exaggerated, I think what we would want is actually this. Slight in, slight down. Slight in, slight down. It's a very small change. But enough to kind of give you a signal that something's going on here. Yeah, that worked. Boom. Look at that. Isn't that cool? That's cool. And there's Monkey, and there's my little explanation of some of the physics of cameras. Camera lenses. Yes. Yes, indeedy. Yes, indeedy. There it is, camera lenses. Now, I don't know why, but I seem to be able to do my deep voice right now. Perhaps I should be speaking in the voice of Golek. Golek, this is what Golek's going to sound like, more or less like this.
Whereas Asher has a very high voice. Yes.
Alright, so, boom, 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 boom. Okay, so the question becomes, what do we want to put here? Insofar as the background goes, let's call this group BKGD, which is my usual practice. And I am going to actually look over here at this other shot and think about, okay, when Mel actually would stop, the truth of the matter is he's in front of the pink house. He is in front of the pink house. And he really wouldn't have, we probably are going to see little to no sky behind him. Same with Monkey here. So, I would say, therefore, let's bake the background. There's nothing about it that I'm finding objectionable, so we might as well bake it. And then here, yeah, we'll just paint over it, paint into it, whatever. Save that. Let's take half a second, though, and render it just to kind of see what we've got. 424, yes. Then we'll jump back over to Vegas. You know what, Varius? Somebody else has asked me that. Have I ever considered streaming on Twitch? The short answer is yeah, I've considered it. No, I haven't done it. I just haven't really bothered. Oop, we got a little edit hiccup right there. Boom. Okay. So, back to Krita. It's amazing. We've done everything in Krita today. Quite literally. Everything. Yeah, it would seem to be my happy place. Now, one thing I want to do while I'm thinking about it, just to check and see what I've got here, I'm going to put Mel in a group, and I'm going to put a gradient layer over top of this in order to kick up the saturation a bit. So I'm going to put this in overlay mode and just kind of go like this. Is this black? That's not completely black. Okay, and what I want to do is alpha lock it. So that's gonna definitely blast the shadows, or I mean the saturation a little bit. And okay, so there we've got a little bit of an issue. I want to erase back into that and then just kind of ease that in. But yeah, I mean, it adds a lot to the shots, just that little overlay. So here I would say we've got a little bit extreme, but you know, it helps. It definitely helps. In Mel's case, we might actually be able to cheat something here with a rim light too, just for fun, to see if we can get away with it. Meaning that the idea is that he's going to move into this light, okay? And I don't think that that light is going to be seen over top of the next shot. Ah, there it is. So I guess it could be a problem. We might have to put an animation key. But basically, it's a little extreme. It's a little extreme. Let's tone it down a bit here. Tone it down a bit. Well, plus it's a smooth gradient, so this is probably a bad idea. Actually, let's get rid of. Okay, that's not what I meant to do. Let's get rid of this. Okay. And then go back in with just a very gentle rim light situation like that. And now I just want to see if that, again, bleeds over into the other shot. This is kludgy because, yeah, it does. So obviously we could animate it. So for now we'll leave the highlight aspect of it off. We could always obviously put it in another layer as well. So the thing to do here would be to just go like that. So solo the layer, and I would say I'm just gonna see if Krita's got enough undo to let me rethink that choice. Okay, there we go. We'll worry about the rim light later. But as far as the overall color, that definitely helps. So Max says, I heard Twitch doesn't really promote small creators, so it's not a good idea in my opinion. You should build a bigger following first before moving to Twitch if you're going to. Varia says, yeah, it's kind of true, but if you're in the category art, some people might check in. Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, it really hasn't been my, I've done nothing to increase my following or get subscribers on YouTube. I've done like less than nothing. When I started this, my basic philosophy was I can't find anybody who's doing what I'm doing, where they're just live streaming, you know, just the real normal everyday grunt work of doing a cartoon. And so I said, okay, well, I guess since nobody's doing it, I'll go ahead and do that because it's content that I would actually like to watch. And then people just come on as they've come on. So seems like it's about 30 subscribers a month or something. It's not that much. But, I mean, now that, I would say this too, though, it does appear to me that as the quality of the work I'm doing has improved, I think that it's probably speeding up. Okay, I think there's probably people coming on now that might not have in the past or whatever. So, anyway, this is looking pretty good. I would say that I'm seeing I think there's a hiccup here. Yep, there's a hiccup. Okay, I probably should label my, I'll call this character since monkey's in the same layer, but what's going wrong here is that when it switches to this shot, those specular highlights are still on the screen. That's easy enough to solve. We just hit the G key in erase mode and lasso those babies. Just like that. So yeah, those don't belong in there. Okay, so what were we working with? Well, we were working with the background. I'm going to go ahead and re-put it in a group because I'm not feeling supremely confident about what I'm about to do. So why don't we just take the painterly approach? And if we're going to take the painterly approach, let's start with a paintbrush. Okay. First thing I'm going to do is hit the G key, and I want to go to a color kind of like that. I'm just going to block this in. And okay, I'm just going to keep going. This is on a separate layer, so I can always change my mind. And probably the next building was kind of a pinkish purplish kind of thing. Okay. So now I'm going to grab this color, and I think I want to keep this straight up vertical for the most part. So I'm kind of scooching it over a little bit, maybe just a slight slant. Okay, then let's dive right in with the curves and tweak the color basically to be less saturated. Yep, something like that. Okay. Now the question becomes, what are we going to do with this thing? Well, in the previous shots, we basically had siding on these houses. Okay, so when I look at this stuff over here, you're going to have you're probably going to have a doorway. So I'm just going to keep blocking things in. Do I have the brush right now? I'm going to make sure I've got the G key selected. So what I want to do is maybe come around to here and just say, I always start making these grunting sounds when I'm painting. I don't really know why. So I'm going to say that's our door dimension. And I'm deliberately using the paintbrush, and I'm not being super strict with the lines because I want it to have a little bit of a loose kind of feeling. So now I'm going to go hit the B key, and with my paintbrush, I'm going to grab that shadow color, say, so, you know, did they have siding back then? I don't know. I just don't know. I'm going to say they've got some kind of a framing situation around their door. So let's just kind of run with this. And boom. Nope. Keep it sketchy. Keep it loose. Alright, I'm going to flip the canvas and see. Yep. Darn it, man. It's quintessential Dave right there. That's it. B key. Five. Hello, please. Say my name, please. What did I call you the other day? Probably Arion. Dude, okay, don't be stupid and post the same thing 4 times, okay? Should I do it, people? Should I say the guy's name just to see if... I mean, this is just silly. I've never like banned anyone from the chat or anything like that, and I don't want to start today. So I believe I've referred to you as Arian Pahad, probably in the past. That's kind of what it looks like. So there you go. I said your name. Now please don't be obnoxious in the chat. Okay, please. Be courteous. Be courteous to all the other people that are hanging out. Okay, that's a little too... Why would somebody want you to say their name? That's strange. Anybody out there know? Does anybody out there know what the... Is there like a story behind that? Is that like a thing and I don't know about it? genuinely curious because it just seems bizarre to me. All right. Okay. Aryan Pahad. Well, okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that, but like I said, please knock it off with putting the same. If you'd have said it just once, I would have done it. Okay, so chill out, dude. Um. Gotta go lighter. Well, this is actually working. I'm starting to see the dimensionality of the siding sort of come out. So I'm going to tilt this a little bit. Well, you'd be surprised how little contrast is needed to make it work. All right, one thing we might want to consider here, by the way, is I want to kind of age this a little bit. So I'm going to assume that the siding work is kind of old-fashioned, perhaps a tad sloppy. All right, so here, let's grab that color and then go up from there a little bit brighter. Okay, and now let's catch a highlight here as well in the door frame. That didn't quite work. Okay, and now I'm going to grab kind of that color, and we're going to allow this to have a little bit of a wood grain situation going on. A little bit of a wood grain. And I'm going to stop a little bit below the top of the door frame in order to allow we're basically claiming that area up there is in shadow. Like so. Okay, and then here, arguably this would be pretty dark. So let's go half opacity and I'm gonna go even darker actually. There we go. All right. Now, do we want to have a bit of the old spark of life to it right there? Not horrible, not necessarily gonna win any awards, but not horrible. Not horrible. So, and now there's 8 concurrent viewers. Ba-dum bum ba-dum bum. I like that. I like that muy mucho. So I'm gonna again, I'm trying to just give a little bit of kind of a texture thing to the siding. So I'm actually gonna kind of keep running with that idea a little bit. Just kind of, it's just interesting, you know. I find texture interesting. This has been the biggest shock for me in working on a cartoon has been realizing how much I enjoy background painting. I truly did not realize that I liked background painting. Okay, so here, I don't know why that didn't take, but I'm going to assume it's because the layer was turned off. So I think, I tell you folks, I think that looks pretty good. I'm kind of a little shocked here. Now, this person, you know, would they have maybe some kind of crazy little welcome sign on their door or something? Who knows? Why not? Let's just go ahead and put something on there like that. And then we'll shrink that right down and go like that. And then add a shadow underneath it, kind of thing, like a cast shadow. Like that. Maybe even a little darker over here. This is kind of interesting. And then if you're going to do that, you're going to also have a highlight bleeding over the top. Like that. And, you know, it's debatable. Does this actually do anything or mean anything other than just being there, right? And the answer is, I don't know. It's kind of interesting, though. So, just because I'm feeling like it, well, I'm going to actually take this and go Control-C, Control-V, A key, and make another copy of it here. Which, again, doesn't really even make any sense. It almost looks like a stupid chest of drawers. But I don't care, because it kind of looks cool. So, we'll just... Honestly, actually, what I'm thinking is, let's take this even further. It is kind of interesting, so why don't we just say this has got to do with these merchants that are doing business here on the street. And we'll put that like that. And it was going to be a door, but now we're going to change our mind and say, well, maybe it's not actually a door. Maybe it's just like an inset. And they have some, they're going to have like some potted plants growing in there. If you say, well, that's ridiculous, then okay, well, maybe they've got potted plants growing on their door. Why, it's patently insane. It makes no sense. And in this land, the containers you use for your potted plants are multicolored. Okay. So now I'm going to grab that color, create a shadow area. Boom, boom. Hello. Okay. Now I'm going to go way down small. And I'm going to have, say, a little greenery. A little cactusy like greenery going here. Alright, and that doesn't hurt. Little strange looking. But what the heck? We're just kind of learning as we go here. And at this juncture right here, I'm going to put a keyframe here. And I guess for monkey, he's on the street, so there's not really going to be any sky, so we'll just go like that. So I don't know that this shot is working. It's almost a little creepy looking. But whatever. I'm going to render this and look at it in the show and see if it's... Sometimes it helps to like say, when I watch it play, is it kind of snapping me out of the show? So that's definitely not. No, it's not. It's not. The only caveat would be the it's a little oversaturated. So I think that's the main thing I'm objecting to here. So I am going to take the liberty of, I'm baking it down. And on this frame right here, I'm going to hit Control M. And I'm going to just throttle down the saturation a bit. And perhaps I'm actually wondering if I should reduce the contrast slightly. So what does that look like? Yeah, that's probably not the worst idea I've ever had. I'm going to go with that. And again, I'm actually going to, I'm being a little slow here, but I'm going to pop that in the show as well, because I just kind of want to see how the color's flowing. Yeah, that's definitely a little more palatable. Now we could make this really, really, really pop in a very simple way. Watch how we're going to make it pop. This will help like a lot. What we're going to do, all right, let me see here. This is Mel. Yeah, this is our character. Okay, so what we're going to do, and he's all baked into one layer. So that means I can add another layer here that's a blank layer. I'm just going to take these 3 keys and pop them up there. And then on these 3 keys, I'm going to go Control M, turn it down. So I'm going to grab this one, Control F, this one, Control F. Then what I'm going to do is take this layer and add a transform mask. And I'm going to take this whole layer, put it down here, shrink it down a little bit, tilt it a little bit, put it like that. And then I'm going to flatten this layer. And then I'm going to move this down there and make it really, really transparent. Look at that. Look at how that makes our shot pop. Boom. Boom. Look at that. Big win, big win, big win. Okay, and then here we want to go actually get rid of that. Okay, sorry. Mistake. Okay. What we want to do is here on this paint layer, we want to hit, I think, insert. Yeah, just insert a blank keyframe. Okay, cool. So that shadow added a lot. I mean, that shadow just took the whole thing over the top. Made it really pop nice. I like it. It's 1 o'clock. I think with that, I'm going to quit. I think I'm ready for a break. And I've been going live streaming for 4.5 hours. So actually about 5 hours of work. But man, I'm about ready for some lunch. So let's do one final render and save our work. One final render. Put this baby in the timeline. Jump to the timeline, see how it feels, and then basically call it a morning. Thanks, man. I'm getting ready to sign off, unfortunately. Oh, wait a second. Where's our shadow? Something's wrong here. I thought that was something strange when I hit the render key. Control R. What did I see? 424. Why in the world? I'm a little freaked out here, people. I'm a little freaked out. Why in the world would it not have rendered? Oh, somehow. Oh, okay. Wow, well, that's stupid. How did that happen? We'll just jump this to 42. That's very strange. 424. It's the right shot. Boom. Where's Darren? Darren was here. If you look up in the chat, way, way, way back at the start, Darren was around for a bit. Darren and Maria. So, but I think he just had to pop in and pop out today. So, but yeah, I've been going for 4.5 hours, and so okay, I think it worked. Did it work? It did. Yeah. So there's our shadow. Nice. All right. So. Thanks, Varia. That's very nice. Boom. Boom. I'm liking what I'm seeing. I have to say that the dogged emphasis recently on quality as opposed to output has served me well. Things are looking, at least for me, I find that if it looks good, if it looks cool, actually, it turns out I don't really care how long it takes. I mean, I'm still pretty. I mean, I think I'm probably on the fast side, but who cares? I mean, what matters is how's it looking. And this is pretty entertaining. I mean, it's happening. I am liking it. So that's it. I'm gonna sign off and get me some lunch. And thanks again for everybody being here today. Thanks for the blessing, Vari. I appreciate it. And